you. So good morning, everyone. My name is Louis-Edouard Toimpop. I'm a PhD candidate in the program of Studies and Practice of Art at the University of Quebec in Montreal. Today, I'll be presenting the preliminary results of our research on musical transcription, specifically on the development of a reference guide to help classical guitarists to do transcription. So first of all, what are we talking about when we're talking of transcription? Synthesizing the definitions found in the literature, we can define transcription as the written adaptation of a musical work for a new instrumentation, in concert for fidelity to the original, nevertheless carried out accordingly to a certain creativity. Before I continue, it's important to mention that in this presentation, I will use the term transcription in a broader sense, so it might include what some call an arrangement or adaptation in the common language. So musical transcription in classical guitar has always had a particular relationship. Realization of transcription has played an important role in the development of classical guitar repertoire for many centuries now, and also the emergence of the classical guitar as a concert instrument also. Today's the practice is now being implemented at the center of the guitar practice. It is also not uncommon for guitarists to play their own transcription in concert program or recital. However, musical transcription has never been the subject of a specific course in music school. There has never been a proper method to teach musical transcription or proper guide to follow to do transcription. There have been many articles in magazines such as Classical Guitar, Soundboard, Guitar Classique in France about transcription, often presenting the subjective approach on specific transcription, same as the studies did on transcription, which mostly propose analysis of specific transcription or the individual's idea of guitarist in their transcription. But no study has ever been made with the object of developing a tool that helps guitar player do transcription. So the study aimed to answer the following question: how to develop a systematic approach to transcription for solo guitar, which integrate theoretical knowledge and knowledge from instrumental practice. Is it possible to develop an approach framing the transcription process based on both practical and theoretical knowledge from musicology and translation? Also, how to develop a reference guide intended for classical guitarists, professional and university level, which will present the process of making transcription for solo guitar. And finally, how to ensure that the approach developed is effective and functional. So the present research take the form of research and development studies based on the methodological model of Van der Maren, the model of object development. This model has 4 steps. The first one is the market analysis, which aim to find out what are the needs and the demands according to this the object developed. What's the context? Who is the targeted public? What are their needs, difficulties, etc. In short, what is the problem to solve here? The second step is the object analysis. The developed object will be conceptualized and based on the information collected during the market analysis, and the structure will be decided, the content also. Third step is the preparation, where the object will be evaluated. We will run some simulation and eventually develop a prototype of the object. And finally, it will be developed and tested by a sample of the targeted public. They'll do evaluation of it and give us feedback to do the adaptation and modification on the object. So here in this presentation, we'll talk of the market analysis mostly, and it's where we're at in our research right now. So we'll find out, we need to find out what are the needs for this resource in classical guitar practice and transcription. who's the targeted public, the intention, so what should they do. So we decided it should offer transcription process based on various knowledge and on transcription. We need to find out the context, so it might be professional, academic context. The content also, so what is it about, knowledge about critical element of transcription. So based on what resource we collect those information, mostly with classical guitarist teachers, students, scientific literature on transcription, practical literature on guitar transcription also. And how we'll obtain it through interviews. We did one with editor and a couple with focus group with students and teachers in classical guitar, and did also literature review. So now about the data collection. As I mentioned today, we're speaking specifically about our first interview with the music editor. So he's from a major classical guitar music publisher. The criteria we had to choose, it's mostly because he's familiar with transcription practice, and he did a lot of transcription. He did a lot of that. So we did a semi-structured interview on Zoom with him. It lasted about 30 minutes. It was recorded with OBS Studio for keeping the audio only. We did a transcript of the interview and put it through NVivo 12 software to do a content analysis to extract the useful information according to the market analysis pre-established points. So the result that we collected for this interview mostly are about the context of the practice of transcription, its importance in classical guitar, its challenges and implication, what is often transcribed or not transcribed, the resources available to classical guitarists to do transcription, also information about the content of our tool, what should be included. And we started also to do a transcriber profile based on the result of this interview. So first, the context. Why are we transcribing? So the editor mentioned that it's mostly to develop the repertoire, to fill a gap that is present in the repertoire for classical guitar. I quote, "There is a gap between romantic music, Sorkos, Tariga." At the end of the 19th century, it's the time that was very, very intense at the piano level. So I imagine there is a door to open there, but not necessarily easy on the guitar. So it's complex works. He mentions also the importance of transcription in the publishing world. So about 35 to 40% of the published work of classical guitar are transcription. He mentioned also that there's a lot of interest in the romantic piano work that could be edited eventually. And also transcription are usually done by professional arranger known by the publisher, mostly because they're more safe transcription proposed, and also are appropriate to the level of the work that are published usually, so not harder than medium hard pieces. So now about the context, one of the key elements that the editor told us is mostly about the skills are needed to do transcription, specifically the skills for synthesis, which is a capacity of keeping the essential in the original. So I quote, "It is the capacity of synthesis to take an instrument, for example, the orchestra, that are many, many staves, to make it fit to a guitar. You need to cut a lot of things to make all 30 staves fit into one." He also told us that the interpretation aspect of transcription is important, especially the judgment and the choice that are made by the transcriber. I quote, "The arranger has to do his interpretation and uses his judgment for it to become guitar writing. The important things, the line, the melody are there, but you can't write wanting to stay note for note, voice over voice from piano to guitar. That wouldn't work." He also also mentioned the importance, the balance between playability and fidelity in the transcription process. I quote, well, we agree the interest is that is playable, then we want to do that while remaining as faithful as possible to the original. If we just want to stay true to the original, we'll end up with something that is very, very hard to play. Now about the transcriber profiles. So who's usually transcribing? He mentioned that transcription practices are really demanding tasks to accomplish, and put the emphasis on the fact that there are no formal training to learn transcription, and there are a specific need also for basic musical knowledge, musical writing, harmony, continual writing, especially for Baroque music. He told us that the young professional, mostly students, they tend to put too much in this transcription, too many notes to play. It's always a hard piece to play. I quote, but I still remember when I was student, when you are a student, you are intense, a young professional is the same thing. You want to do things well. We have established a reputation. You want to succeed, so it's easy to do too much. The best arrangements are not always the most complete. You have to put things aside and keep the essence. So now, what is transcribed? The editor told us that there are no specific period or instrument that is more transcribed than another. I quote, I don't think there's one that stands out, but there's a lot of transcription for piano, for violin too. Violin, piano, I would say, with the pluck string instruments are the instrument for which we have the most transcription. He also told us there is no specific period repertoire missing, except maybe the 19th century. And we'll also there will be no need to do transcription for the 20th and 21st century, because the repertoire for classical guitar is pretty developed for this specific era. So now about the tools available for resource available to transcriber. So the editor mentioned that the tools are frequently used mostly for editing. It's instrumentation reference guide, but specifically for transcription, other transcription are often use recordings, the original. So he also told us that there's no book or guide specifically on transcription that exists to his knowledge. I quote, are there resources? There may be, but I don't know any. I never used one apart from reference book who will document the instruments, the register, but book as such on transcription, not sure. He also pointed out the difficulty to imagine a book on transcription and how it will be structured. I quote, for the book as such, I don't know what to say, because I imagine it's something that most people learn on the job. I'm not sure. I'm curious to see what tool could be developed for this that people would eventually use. So, and now what should be included? The editor mentioned many knowledge in the writing of specific period could be useful, for example, for Baroque music, notion about continuo specifically. About the structuring, mentioned chapters, but wasn't able to develop more, also because it's difficult for him to imagine such a book to be developed. So for the discussion, a lot of information that the editor told us were in concordance with the literature. For example, interpretation and judgment are key aspects of transcription. I quote Davis in his article of 1988. It is a transcriber job to adapt the composer's score, not to reproduce it, and adapt it so that it is suitable for medium into which it is transcribed, in order that the composer's musical idea are preserved rather than distorted by the new medium. They also point out the playability and the importance of keeping in mind the new medium. As Scholz said, such a process is, if seriously undertaken, commonly involve more than transferring from one medium to the other of passage as they stand, since many passages that are effective on one instrument would sound ludicrous at any rate, much less effective on another. He also pointed out that transcription isn't a practice that is learned in formal and school environment, as presented in literature mentioned by Arb in his thesis. He also pointed out that the synthesis skills are essential in transcription, as this idea was also presented in the literature. We can see O'Connor and others in their article in Classical Guitar. I quote, "Transcribing involves a constant balance in creative act recomposing for the new medium so that the result is guitaristic and sound right, yet preserve the essential structure of the original." Also, transcription can be made from work from a wide variety of instrument and repertoire, with no one standing out. Same idea was put forward by Ferenc. He also pointed out that 19th century music were at some point needed to fill a gap. Same idea present in Schneider 2003. New points were put forward by the editors. So such as the fact that synthesis skill is often present in more advanced guitarists. The younger one had difficulty to reduce and to get the essential of the work. Maybe the more advanced player, the advanced knowledge, is an essential element to do transcription and to understand what need to be kept or not in one specific piece. I also point out that there is no resources available to transcriber, books, guide to do transcription or arrangement. So we can presume that this practice is mostly idiosyncratic, there's no specific guidance or teaching to do a transcription. So it's important to specify the limits of those results. There are preliminary results. As I mentioned, it's only for one interview with one person, so the editor. So it cannot be generalized at some point. So it's important to keep in mind that's preliminary result. So in conclusion, this presentation of the result of our interview with the editor helped us identify the importance elements of transcription, including element links to musical analysis and structure, specifically with the synthesis skills that is needed to do transcription. So it's really important that this point should be included eventually in the tool that we will be developing. We can also conclude that the tool that we want to develop should be specifically targeting the young guitarists that need this tool more than advanced guitarists. Guidance is this practice, and advanced musical knowledge are critical aspect of transcription. So that's what put an end to our presentation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Louis-Edouard, for that extremely thoughtful lecture on transcription. I was very interested to sort of learn over the last couple of days that there is not a lot of research on transcription. So it's really nice to see more of that coming out. I first want to say for our online viewers that if you have a question, you can simply put that into the chat in YouTube or Facebook. And if you're in the Zoom room, you simply have to unmute your mic and video to ask your question directly. So the question that I had was, I was really interested by your conceptualizing of this resource book for new transcribers. And obviously you laid out very clearly the kind of concrete information that would have to be in it. in one of our earlier lectures by Guilherme Vincent and Michel Maciel on Assad's transcriptions of Gina Serra's works, they talked about how no transcriber is innocent, in the sense that they put their artistic shape on the transcriptions they do. How much of this book, and how could you focus on the artistic or more subjective parts of transcription?
At this point, we cannot say what part of the book could be about that, really, because we're still gathering information on the subject. Of course, in our literature review, we point out that creativity is really essential in transcription process. How will it fit in the book or in the tool that we're developing? It's not really decide at this point because we're still gathering information about this, so we cannot tell really, but we point out really that it's creativity, that it's a core element of transcription process. I don't know if I answered the question. Correct.
Thank you very much. Oh, Thatcher, I believe, has a question for you.
Hello, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. I must confess, I did jump on midstream, so you might have addressed this, and if you have, I apologize. But speaking from the perspective of a very informed transcriber, are there any specific transcriptions that you would recommend young transcribers study as sort of benchmarks of excellence? Thank you so much.
I mean, this means if I base on my research, I cannot tell really if one transcription is best than others. I know that in the literature, there's a lot of analysis of specific transcription that's come back often. I know about the Chaconne of Bach by Segovia mostly is frequently mentioned in the literature. Personally, I don't know really one specific or a few specific transcription that could be point out as a reference, except maybe this Chaconne, but I'm also have mentioned it's in the literature that is mentioned. So.
I really like the question. Thank you, Thatcher, for the question. Do you have any transcription or analyzed transcription that you can suggest to the guitarist to look at? Because there are a lot of, but not a lot, but there are some interesting work about analyzing the transcription of one specific guitarist. Do you have some that you can suggest us?
There are a few studies on that. I mentioned earlier Tarek Harb thesis that he did analysis of transcription to guide his process, mostly to transcribe back the Sonata BWV 1002 and Britten's work. Also, Ferenc did the transcription as such. We can quote our friends Vincenzo Guilherme that he did a presentation a few days ago. He did a thesis on Assad work and Gina Serra. So there are a few examples that talk about the analysis of transcription and what key point to consider.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Louis-Edouard. I'm just going to leave us a minute or two to see if we have other questions from online. I think that's all the questions for today. So thank you again for your wonderful presentation and for your thoughtful answers to the questions.
Thank you.
So our next presenter is Isabelle Leroux, and who is going to be presenting by video, and then we'll have questions in about 20 minutes.
Hello everyone, welcome to this presentation. Is imagination the interface between the score and the musician? Literature suggests that music teachers use metaphors, narrative, images, similes while teaching in order to influence student production of dynamics, phrasing, tempo, articulation, timing, and tone. For example, they may ask a student to play a long crescendo as if it is a sunrise. The distinction between the words analogy and metaphor in music is not unanimous among authors. In some cases, metaphor is a kind of analogy. In other, well, analogy and metaphor are the same. To avoid this ambiguity, Héroux used extramusical element, EEM, to identify analogy and metaphor, and also simile images and so on. So how analogy or metaphor are generated? For cognitive science, making analogy between the sunrise and a long crescendo is made possible with a specific cognitive process, analogical reasoning. This process is inherent to the functioning of the human brain. We structure our understanding of one domain, which is unfamiliar or abstract, like music, in terms of another more familiar, here, the nature. Like a teacher explaining how gradual should be a crescendo using a sunrise as example. This is called the cross-domain mapping. We can map structure and attributes. The concept of analogy from cognitive science view is different from the way we use it in everyday life. It is used to understand the target domain, usually a more abstract one, with the structure of the source domain, a well-known one. So let's take an example. This sentence, an atom is like the solar system. It's difficult to get a mental image of an atom, but if we use the solar system structure, it is easier. The nucleus of the atom is like the sun, and it attracts electrons as the sun attracts the planet. The analogy is more constraining than the metaphor, as it's made with structure alignment from one domain to another. The structure must be identical in both, and it's not the attributes like the size or the colors that are mapped. Metaphor is used to communicate ideas, emotions. The mapping is done with the attributes of both domains, not the structure. Let's take an example of happy as a butterfly. It is the attribute of lightness of the butterfly that is mapped with the feeling of lightness that can be felt in happy moment. Conceptual blending explain how, by using analogical reasoning, one can create something new. For example, if we combine the characteristic of a donkey with the characteristic of a human, we can obtain a character in a children's story, in a fable of La Fontaine, a lazy and clumsy donkey that talks. But how musicians construct the meaning of a work of art, how they shape interpretation. Let's look to a very fundamental concept, mental representation. The mental representation, well, the musician needs to create this mental representation to practice the music and to interpret it. The formal image, it's one part of this mental representation. The formal image refers to work structure, its notes, rhythm, harmonies, and nuances. In short, everything indicated in the score and what the music contains in itself, what the musical material. The artistic image refers to the character of the works. It relates to the interpretation choices made by the musician. For instance, if he decided to create a certain atmosphere in a passage that will evoke a particular emotion by using a particular tone. This is the external language of the music. It's highly personal. So the formal image and the artistic image are two facets of the overall mental representation of a particular work. What is the link with the mental representation and extra-musical element? Well, in previous research with 9 professional guitarists, I have to tell you, the QR codes you can see on the slide, they are linked to articles that give more information about the concept we see here. So previous research with 9 professional guitarists show that 7 experts used extra musical elements, while 2 didn't. The choice of using or not was based on musicians' values about interpretation. Those extra musical elements help musicians to make sense of the musical material in a more personal way in order to have a mental representation of the work of art they have to play. To date, no one asked a larger group of professional musicians if and why they use extra musical elements to help them shaping interpretation. So we aim to determine if a larger group of musicians use extra musical element, why, how, and what are the impacts in an experimental task and also in their general music practice. So this presentation is about partial results of a larger research project. We instructed 19 expert guitarists from Canada and Australia to record a 30-second music especially composed for the experiment. They had to play the music in 3 conditions, which were counterbalanced by random assignment. They also recorded each condition after a 20-minute rehearsals. Let's have a look on the music. The first condition was to play the music, to play only the note and the rhythm without any phrasing. Some indications were marked on the score, laisser vibrer, tempo, and also accent. The second condition was to play with the musical instructions written in the score, basically dynamics, as you can see following the arrows. The third condition was playing with extra musical element, content, and emotion, in addition to the musical instruction. As you can see it, we forced the use of extra musical element to observe what was happening. After the recording, participants have to fill a questionnaire about language, gender, their academic background, professional experiences, and the use of extra musical element in the experimental task, and also in general when they are practicing music. They could only answer yes or no, but they could also answer to open question. We proceed to content analysis. We can talk about it later if you have questions on that purpose. The results. Well, a total of 87 participants used extra musical element in the experimentation as indicated by the score for condition C. No surprise because we forced that. But 82 participants used extra musical element out study. So we answer to the part of our first part of the question. Yes, do a larger group of musicians use extra musical element out study? 80 participants gave comments on how they use extra musical element. 66 give comments on how they use extra musical element out the study. 7 participants said they use extra musical element in study and 21 out study, but gave no more information. But we have a lot of information on how musicians use extra musical element in the study and out study, as you can see it. So in this slide, we see the result of the coding with 3 main categories. Why they use extra musical element? To define artistic image, to understand musical material, to play with expression, to communicate, to get in the mood. You see the proportion in study and out study. So in the discussion, we will answer the question how they use extra musical element and what are the impacts using the theory we exposed in the first part of this presentation. But now we answer why they use extra musical element with those 3 categories. Well, limits before to enter the discussion. This research project was conducted with only guitarists in an experiment context. Moreover, the results are based on self-reported data from participants, so we cannot exclude social desirability bias. Nevertheless, it's rare to have 90 expert musicians participating in a study, and they came from different background countries. have varied experience, and they could choose not answer the open question. So let's enter the discussion. First, an example, the first quote from participant 49 about the impact of extra musical element on expression of the playing. And it's really straightforward. Tranquility affected me the most. I used 4 means to convey this effect. Changing the tone, I tried making it as warm as possible by playing with rest stroke. Then I tried using ponticello to create a distant echo effect, and so on. So let's analyze another quote from participant 40. Evocation of moods allows the interpreter to create contrast and show a deeper understanding of musical elements and phrases, allowing the player to tell a more sophisticated story. My understanding of affects, emotion, and familiarity with contemporary music allowed me to immediately grasp the different characters that the composer asked for. This quote is from an answer about extra musical element in their general practice. So let's analyze it from the mapping structure theory perspective. It shows a mapping between a storytelling and music interpretation. And the structure that are mapped is a temporal unfolding at the basic for the storytelling as well as the musical discourse. The dramaturgy action or dramatic action represented by the atmosphere and the events in a story and in the musical structure in music, and various expressive elements that we can see in characters for a story or tone dynamics in music. They are present in music and also in storytelling to help the musician to make sense of musical material, to explain how extra musical element help this participant to make sense of the music. This is a good example of structure mapping in analogy. Let's take another quote from participant 18. The words meditative and tranquility naturally make me play both softer and slower. I conscientiously try to play behind the beat so as to give a sense of floating as opposed to pushing. Unexpectedly, with anger, Admi treats my dynamics and accent with more force. The word anger in particular influenced me to be less afraid of harsh or aggressive sounds, as I deem them appropriate for this character. So this quotes show a mapping between attributes of emotion and music. In this extra musical element use, the word meditative is associated with softness, tranquility with slow tempo, anger with aggressive sounds. These are attributes of certain emotion that are mapped with musical expressive element. The last quote we use today is, with tranquility, encourage me to physically calm down before playing. Tranquility, just remember that the word was used in the condition C in addition to the musical information in the score. So here, the attribute of tranquility, calm, is mapped with the physical sensation in order to help the participant getting in the right mood. So we see in the results the use of extra musical element as analogy with the mapping of structure from 2 domains, storytelling and music, to understand musical discourse, musical material. We saw also the use of extra musical element as metaphor, mapping attributes of 2 domains, emotion and music, for musical expression and to get in the mood for playing. So as we can see, analogy and metaphor in our data are not the same. They are different. The use is different. So let's look to a larger process that allowed the impacts of extra musical element on musical interpretation with the conceptual blending. This model was first published by Fauconnier and adapted to music composition by Zbykovsky. So we have a first space, musical material, input space. The second input space, composer characteristics. And the third input space, the generic space, where the mapping is happening, the mapping of several traits with the analogical reasoning. And the result is a unique out of work. For musical interpretation, we miss something because we are in a cognitive intellectual level, but playing guitar is a physical activity, is embodied. What about the link with physical and emotional aspects related to analogical reasoning in music interpretation? We can use this model, but I suggest to add something. So input space 1, musical material, input space 2, musician's characteristic, this generic space with the mapping of structure and attribute. As we say, we have metaphor and analogy that are used with extra musical element. This is possible because of the analogical reasoning and the unique musical performance interpretation that is the result. But we need the embodiment space. Well, to include the embodiment in the consequences of the mental process, I propose to add the embodiment space in which the imagination induces physical state that impact the playing. For example, the word tranquility help our participant, two of our participants, to get to get in the right mood of the music. And this certainly have impact the muscular tonus of the musician. This could help producing an attack on the string that is more adapted to the musical idea. And in fact, the literature has demonstrated for several decades that thoughts have an impact on the body, and that emotion carries precise somatic markers, such as changes in muscular tonus or heartbeat speed. So in conclusion, do a larger group of musicians use extra musical element? Yes. And we know for our participant out study, 82 participants, so 91% use extra musical element in their general practice. Why they use it? Well, to understand musical material, using analogies and using metaphor, also to communicate musical idea for musical expression. They use it also to get in the right mood for music. How they use it? Well, using analogies and metaphor, and they are not the same. What are the impacts of the use of extra musical element? Well, to create a personal interpretation and adapt the playing with the, well, this is my hypothesis, that the imagination is the interface allowing the embodiment of the cognitive process in the musician's body to create an adapted response to express musical idea. So the imagination allow the response, an adequate response of the body to express musical idea. But the direct physical effect of the extra musical element used in the form of analogy or metaphor with music on the body, it's of the guitarist, and their direct impact on the expressiveness of the playing need to be studied. So we just need music. We just need to find money to do this study about the real physical impact of extra musical element on the musicians. Thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation. Please feel free to ask questions, and please feel free also to contact me by email.
Thank you so much, Isabelle, for that wonderful presentation. And I'm just blown away by the number of participants you had in the study. 90 classical guitarists is not an easy feat to do. So I just want to say for our online viewers that if you have a question, just put it in the Facebook and YouTube chat. my first question was actually about the coding analysis. I'm really curious about how you coded the verbal or written responses of the participants.
It was a long process. So I asked two researcher assistants to code independently the data, and just well, it was content analysis. So just to find the main thematic aspect in the answers, and then they went together to look at the data and to see, can we share our categories? Can we agree on categories? Oh, in fact, it was Louis Edouard with Lauriane who did this, and after that we came in a meeting all together to look at the data, looking at the categories. They went back to code again with the new categories and to agree with the categories they made. So, well, they didn't done all the 19 participants first for the first coding round. They took, I don't know how many you took, 10 or 20?
Yes, 10.
10. Okay, so they took 10, then they get together, and then you take the other 10, I think. So it's a very traditional way of doing coding with this kind of data. And then we did reverse coding. So looking at the answers, said, okay, can we take this answer and put them in other categories or no? So it was a three-part analysis with 3 persons analysis on the coding. So that was it took a few months to do this. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Louis Edouard, I saw your video here. Do you have a question or? No. Okay.
No, it's okay.
Okay. So I'm just looking for.
I was lucky enough. I was okay. Oh, thank you, Thatcher. No, you can drop in. I was lucky enough to be funded by the Conseil the Canadian Research Humanity. So that's why I have so many participants. And in fact, we recorded, I think, 110 participants, but we had to take the best shot, not the best, the more well played, but it was about recordings, which recordings were the best.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Isabelle. I'll let Thatcher ask his question.
Thank you so much, and thank you for a wonderful presentation. I do have a question about, I don't know exactly, you said that you were taking professional guitarists. I don't know necessarily at what status you were considering professional, but I was wondering if at any point you considered putting in, given the number of guitarists that you had, if you had ever considered putting a control on the experiment, having a certain number of them, if perhaps you're using graduate students as applicable professional guitarists, if you would have a certain number show the work to their professors and have a certain number not allowed to show the work to anybody else. The only reason I ask that is that I do oftentimes find that I would concur with your assessment that most musicians and teachers do use extra musical elements in their playing and teaching. But very often, a lot of teachers, and some do this more than others, and it's generally not out of any form of malice, but a lot of times teachers will sort of try to get the student to use the extra musical elements to get a sound that the teacher would want, as opposed to doing what the student would do without outside interference. So I was wondering if there was any kind of a control placed on the experiment. Thank you so much.
Well, yeah, thank you. Well, this would not have been controlled data with the design of this experimentation. We couldn't consider what you suggest as a control group from our data, but we did the pilot study with undergraduate students. So that was interesting. And what was really, really important for us is that the musician is alone in the recording booth, looking at the music and playing the music by themselves. But you're right. There's a lot of literature about how the teacher imposes the extra musical element to the students. So, yeah, you're right. But another thing that I don't present in this presentation, you can see it in the presentation, but in other data, because we have a lot of data, is that some musicians that don't use extra musical element, they are francophone, sorry. And because we had half of the participants were anglophone and half was francophone, because in Quebec province we speak French. So it's easy to get Francophone. We collected data in Ottawa, in Gatineau, in Toronto, and also in Australia. So we have really half of the sample is Francophone and Anglophone. But of the 8 that doesn't use extra musical element, we have Francophone. And I can't give more information about that, but we can follow the person that doesn't use extra musical element. They are French. We cannot follow them about graduation. They are all, some of them won competition, a lot of experience. But we can see that those that doesn't use extra musical element are Francophone, and maybe from one school of thoughts about playing guitar. So that's interesting. So it's linked to what you said about the importance of the guitar teacher to the use of extra musical element. But you have to know that some teachers don't use extra musical element, and they tell students not use it. It's a more French, I would say, French tradition to this. So I went a bit further of your question, but I hope to give you some information that are okay for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isabelle, for your presentation and for the questions. Oh, sorry, did somebody just come on to do another question? I didn't see. No, I don't think so. So thanks again. Our next presenter is going to be Paolo Oliveira, and we're going to be coming back in about 5 minutes to do his presentation. Thank you again, Isabelle.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Paulo Oliveira. I'm a Brazilian guitarist. I live here in Nashville, and I'm a guitar professor here at Belmont University. I work with undergrad and graduate students, both classical guitar and jazz guitar. It's a pleasure to be here today, sharing some of my research and my experience with improvisation. This is a little thing about this presentation. I've done a fair amount of research on that in the last few years, but I like to say that a lot of the ideas here, they come from just my entire life, trying to play the classical guitar and also be an improviser in the jazz context. So it was always a challenge for me to be able to balance those two things because the nature of these two styles, it can be quite different depending on how and of your level and all those things. So this was an attempt of trying to put those things together in a more organized manner. For myself, first of all, and for my students. I find that there are a lot of students who are interested in pursuing both styles, jazz and classical. And I actually, a lot of the undergraduates that I work with at the university here, they are kind of like looking for that kind of combination. So that's a little bit of a background on this topic here today. So incorporating the practice of jazz improvisation in the technical routine of classical guitarists. Guitar technique and improvisation. There is a vast literature for both classical guitar technique and jazz improvisation, but the task of combining these two distinct fields can be challenging. However, approaching these two subjects as one can also be exciting and very beneficial to the overall development of a guitarist. The content presented here is just a small sample of the material I have compiled. My goal is to address some issues that I believe to be relevant to the development of improvisation and guitar technique. My hope is that by using this approach, students will develop a better understanding of the fretboard harmony, and will have a broader harmonic and melodic vocabulary. In addition, while becoming more acquainted with the fretboard, the students will simultaneously be refining their technique and overall control of the instrument. Jazz theory and transcriptions. A basic knowledge of jazz harmony will be helpful to better understand and apply the concepts described in this presentation. Because of time restraints, I will not spend too much time going in depth in topics related to jazz harmony and theoretical concepts of improvisation. I highly recommend students who seek to become improvisers to develop a deep understanding of jazz harmony and to transcribe solos by ear in order to become more familiar with the language. And here I refer transcription to the idea of that's different from, we just had a wonderful presentation here on transcriptions. In this context here, the idea of transcription, the jazz musicians think of transcription as the idea of learning something by ear and be able to play it. Not even necessarily writing it down. A lot of times the idea of transcription, you can also connect to the idea of writing it down, but sometimes a transcription can simply be, you go to a John Coltrane recording and you learn the solo and you play it. That's also considered a transcription in a jazz context. Selected material. Besides the technical aspect of this material, the following examples comprise a vocabulary that have practical application in harmonic and melodic contexts. I chose a few examples to illustrate the way I'm merging guitar technique and the vocabulary for improvisation. In order to develop a vocabulary to improvise and interpret a lead sheet, the student should apply the concepts to all chord qualities and scale types, using the entire fretboard and transposing everything to 12 keys. this is a lifelong journey, because here I'm going to give an example using one chord type and exploring the entire fretboard. This can be, it can go on forever. Different keys, different chord types, different progressions, scales and modes and all that. So, and I'm going to divide this presentation here in two parts. The first part is going to be more related to a chordal vocabulary. And the second part will be related to melodic vocabulary. Very often when we think about improvisation, we think of jazz improvisation, for example. We think about single line soloing in front of a band, and that's kind of a narrow way to look at improvisation. A guitarist, when you're comping for someone, just looking at chord changes, he's improvising the entire time, because the composer very often only give maybe a chord symbol or in the melody, but the guitarist or whoever is accompanying or pianist, he or she needs to interpret that chord symbol. So, and I actually have an example here. Composer's instruction on the score or lead sheet. You have C major 7. That's all the information that you get. And a lot of amazing classical guitarists that have, their journey reading music the entire time. Sometimes they're not exposed to that kind of approach, which is you have a symbol like that, C major 7, that suggests you a certain group of notes. In that case, C, E, G, and B natural. You have 4 notes that that are part of this chord. But besides that, there are a lot of other things you can do depending on the function of that chord, depending on the harmonic context. You can use different extensions to the chord. All those things come with experience and, of course, a good understanding of jazz harmony also. But what I wanted to do here is just look at that chord and try to develop some basic voicings for that specific chord symbol. Guitarists tend to rely a lot on shapes, meaning just the actual position of the fingers, which is fine, and it can be useful depending on what the purpose is. But it's also important to think about the chord as just a group of notes and be able to find them on the fretboard. Pianists are excellent at that. Very often they don't really rely on shapes to play voicings, but rather they just understand how the voices work together and how to do voice leading between one chord and the other. So we're going to talk a little bit about different ways to play this kind of sound on the guitar. Like just gonna focus on that one chord, C major 7. There are a lot of different ways to distribute of voicing distribution on a given harmonic instrument. And I'm gonna just pick those two because those are so important, very, very useful when it comes to the guitar. And those terms here, drop 2 and drop 3 voicings, they're actually borrowed from harmony those are arranging terms for jazz arranging and horn arrangements and later harmonic instruments like piano and guitar. We borrow these terms from them. And I'm gonna try to do like a quick explanation here what those voicings are. So I'm gonna try to do this here. Maybe if you look at the guitar here, might help. We're gonna start with drop 2 voicings. Drop 2 voicings are built by taking the second highest note in a closed position voicing and then lowering by an octave. I'll explain that. Here, so you guys can see a little bit better. Let's start with the simplest voice simplest voicing that we have here for C major 7, which would be a closed voicing. The 4 notes inside an octave. So that would be your major 7 chord in closed voicing. All the 4 notes inside 1 octave. That's the definition for a closed voicing. Then, as I just mentioned, you are going to take the second voice and put it down an octave. So that G is going to go down an octave here. So you have this. But as you can see, I'm skipping one string, so it's not very practical. So you can refinger that, taking that triad from there and put it here. So then you get your drop 2 on the top 4 strings. Second inversion. And based on that, then you can find all the inversions in that same string set. So 3rd on the 4th string, 5th on the 4th string, major 7th on the 4th string, and root on the 4th string. That's pretty much how it works. And it's very easy to find that online and information about how to build those voices. Of course, you can do that in all string sets. This famous voice in here that very popular is also drop 2. It's actually the same as this voice, an octave lower. So you can also invert it. Same idea. Now, real quick about drop 3 is the same idea. It's when you lower the 3rd voice. So let me get back here to this. Sorry. The drop 3 voicing, you take the third voice, and you drop it an octave. So this voice in here, it's a drop 3. It's also very, very popular, but you can also invert it. And now you're working for different string set here, strings 2, 3, 4, and 6. And you can also do that in different string sets. But for our purpose here, I just wanted to show how to find those chords. And now we're gonna start here, talk about the technical elements of it. So here are those voicings written. So the first one, first inversion, through all the inversions going up and down. This is very useful because that way the guitarist won't be limited to one voicing like this. You can you have at least a few inversions here to get through to play that voicing. But now there's also technical implications when practicing those chords. For example, moving from this chord to this chord, it can be quite tricky. So when you use elements from like great guitar pedagogues like Paolo Oliviera, for example, which is one that I spent a fair amount of time researching and learning from since my early days of the guitar, the idea of guide finger and a wrist motion and all that. With two chords like this, you are not only learning the voicing, but you can work on your guide finger between those two chords. This is a more here the hand position, because one finger for each fret. It requires your elbow to be a little more in, like closer to the body of the guitar. Because if you try to play this chord like this, it's going to be very difficult. So there's a chance also to mention to your students, talk about this kind of motion on the left hand. And when you move to this chord, it's completely different, because now you have a bar, so you definitely don't want your hand to be in an angle, right? It has to be perpendicular to the neck. So and just practicing and of course shifting, which is sometimes a tricky task on the guitar, to be able to shift smoothly. And like two chords like this here, you don't really have a guide finger, so teaching the student how to lift quickly the left hand and rather than keeping all the fingers on the string, and releasing the the thumb also lightly, because the students tend to do this. They put their hand really far from the guitar, and I always tell them it can be really tricky if you do this to get back to where you need. So just an example of like left hand work that you can do while you learn those chords, and you can do that with all other chord types or positions. So here I already mentioned hand placement, sound projection, of course, which is another important thing. Be able to get sound and balance the right hand. You don't want your first string to be too loud. It depends on the context, but be able to work on balancing the right hand also. In here, I have some examples of arpeggios, little exercises where you can practice right-hand arpeggios. So you'd have that first one, just a P, M, I, A pattern. And the second, and of course, you can apply any combination of right hand you want. Also a tremolo exercise. Definitely for more advanced students who already have some degree of familiarity with the instrument and all that. Here, more examples of drop threes. And the tremolo. So we're gonna move on here. Same kind of exercise now with a different chord type, dominant 7 chords. And the student can be thinking about all those things at the same time, hand placement, shifts and all that. And at the same time, they will be working on voicing that will actually be useful for them when they encounter chord changes. And they won't be limited to 1 or 2 voices. And this example here goes through all keys and cycle forth, which can be useful. Same example here with drop threes. All voicing should be studied in all keys and all chord types. Once the voices are learned, the chords are ready to be applied in progressions. It's important to connect the chords with a smooth voice leading. The student should not only think about the shapes, but also the independent motion of each voice. And here is just an example of a progression, a non-diatonic progression, 2 unrelated chords, where the student could, once they get familiar with the voicings, they could start applying that. And has an interesting creative element to it because you can improvise the voicings. You work on them first, and then you can improvise them as you go. So now I'll give an example here. C major 7, A flat major 7. Using a couple drop twos and trying to find a good voice leading between them. Great. We're gonna move on here to our next part now, which is melodic, vocabulary. All right. Few tools for the development of melodic vocabulary. Scales. Classical guitarists, we practice lots of scales, generally for the purpose of improving technique, improving tone, improving accuracy, and that's all great. But also scales are a great tool for melodic development. So let's take a look here. Let me put the camera back, my face. All right. So here we have major scale, melodic minor scale, harmonic minor scale, symmetric scales, pentatonics, arpeggios of all chord types, and licks. This is just, scratching the surface here on some of the most common and most used scales and arpeggios for tonal music, jazz improvisation. I'm gonna talk a little bit about each here. So when you work on scales, you can obviously work on playing the scales 2 times each note, 3 times, 4 times. Playing scales 2 times each note, I think it's an excellent exercise because it teaches you how to balance your IM alternation and try to get a similar tone when you play with alternating. And you can also practice scales IM, MI, also MA, alternating. Also try different types of articulation. Also trying different types of slurs. I really like working on slurs with pentatonic scales, 2 notes per string. They are very friendly. The fingering is friendly, and those are patterns that are definitely very useful for improvisation. And a few different patterns here. So here, and there are a lot of different ways to map the scales on the fretboard. I think, this is a very deep subject, and I'm not going to get into that now. I just chose one here that's based on the caged system. Highly recommend. If you're not familiar with the caged, CAGED system, highly recommend you to check it out. So here, some scales where, I'm working on position here, playing everything. I'm gonna play that second example on the second line, which should be in this position here based on this chord. So. And each scale here is going to cover one place on the fretboard. That way you can cover the entire fretboard. One of the points is to be able to play any key anywhere, and to be able to do that, you need to cover the entire fretboard. Practice scales with staccato. Different patterns. Just go through all that, playing them slowly, of course, because I think I do think that when you practice those scales, again, they can be melodic vocabulary for you, but it's also a chance for you to work on your tone and your technique, and I think those things could go hand in hand. Also, you have your modes over there. I'm not gonna get into that. You can find that any jazz theory book. I'm gonna keep going here. Melodic minor, scale, same idea. It's gonna give you different modes. Pentatonic scale is excellent for practicing slurs. So you can making sure they are. It's one of those things like not 1-3 exercise going through the entire neck, all the strings. I see its value, and I think it's important because you are focusing on 2 fingers. You're working, there is a very specific technical target here. And I think that's great. But you're never really gonna play that. Well, never say never, but you're not really gonna play that in a harmonic context. You could, but the pentatonic scales are very likely that they come in, they can be really handy depending on the type of chord changes you're using, and that forces you to use different fingers, right? So 2-4, 1-1-4, like a shift here. So there's a lot of technical elements here in the simple scale. So yeah, I think it can be very helpful practicing those skills that way. Great, and this last part here of the melodic portion, some licks, and those are just melodic fragments that you can use. And in the history of jazz, you hear a lot of great musicians that use specific patterns or licks, or that they transpose, they alter as they are playing. So this is just one example of F major 7. It's a very specific fingering with like a glissando. So an F major 7th lick that you can transpose to different keys. Is a 2-octave arpeggio, so allows you to change range really quickly, and breaks away from the scalar patterns, because scalar patterns can get old pretty quickly. So it's nice to have wider kind of melodic fragments like this one. A few more licks, like on altered chords, altered dominant chords, with alterations. So you have 5-1, 2-5-1 kind of situations are very common. So it's always helpful to have some of those lines ready to go. And again, if you look at here, you see that there are some slurs and glissandi, and some of those elements can be very, very helpful when you're improvising. Great, excellent. So for this last part here, I'm gonna play an example of a tune using some of those ideas. I'm gonna play "Summertime" by George Gershwin, and I'm gonna play the melody and play 1 or 2 passes of chords using some of those chords that I mentioned, and then improvise a couple courses, and just this will wrap up my presentation, and then we'll be happy to answer questions in case you guys have any questions. So. Yeah, so that's those are some of my ideas about improvisation and guitar technique. So if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to talk about it.
Thank you so much, Paolo,
you.
for a wonderful presentation. So we have a question from Isabel Ero. She's asking online, thank you for your presentation. It gives a lot of great ideas. You suggest to use a jazz aesthetic, i.e. chords or licks. It is different for scales or modes, but it is a vocabulary that is not necessary to the one used by classical guitarists, i.e. playing Baroque, classical, romantic music. So what are your thoughts on that?
Can you just repeat the last part of the question?
Oh, sure.
I understand.
She says it is a vocabulary that is not necessary to the one used by classical guitarists, i.e. those playing Baroque or classical romantic music. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think actually I'm very interested in improvisation in general, in a more early music, but also in a 20th century kind of a aesthetic. In this presentation here, I try to narrow it down a little bit to be able to target the idea of the jazz, because that's something that I encounter a lot, students interested in working on jazz. But I think this is applicable to any other type of improvisation. It's just a matter of language and becoming familiar with that specific language. But the core of improvisation and developing a vocabulary, I think the process is still similar. I think if you want to improvise in a Baroque kind of context, it's very important that you listen to that music. Because again, it is a language. And I tell the same thing to my students. I get a lot of students who are interested in Brazilian music, and I always try to, give them all the ideas I can, but there's no substitute for listening to that style and transcribing and mimicking the people that are already doing it and becoming familiar with the history and all that. So that's how I look at it. I think each style, I think the process, it would be similar, but the content and the style would be different.
Thank you. So I wanted to also say to those watching online that if you have a question for Paolo, just put it in the YouTube and Facebook chats. Or if you have a question and you're in the Zoom room, you can just unmute your mic and video if you'd like to ask a question. My question for you was your presentation sort of talked about using jazz to or jazz improvisation techniques to assist with classical, but I was wondering if the other way went around. Would it be beneficial for people who only play jazz to also study classical?
Yes, and I've encountered this kind of student here too. Actually, most of my students they come from the jazz rock background, and it's great because it's a way to make a connection between those two worlds that shouldn't be so separated. I think nowadays things are way better than they used to be. But yes, because a lot of great jazz musicians, they're already familiar with all those voicings and all those scales, but sometimes they don't really practice them with the goal of refining their technique or their tone. So I definitely think it can work both ways. Your major scale is the same, but the level of care and of course there are amazing jazz musicians that have beautiful tone, and this is something that I think it's important to mention. There are a lot of great jazz musicians that have beautiful tone and beautiful technique, but it's just important part of the development of the classical guitar is to spend a lot of time early on developing those aspects. So I definitely think that it's a two-way street right there.
Yeah, I was curious whether it was like a jazz guitarists may not develop their right hand to the same extent as classical. So
yeah.
I'm just going to see. Oh, Thatcher, go ahead.
Thank you so much, and thank you for such a wonderful presentation. I also must say that I very much enjoyed the video that you did with, forgive me if I mispronounce her name, Mew Mew, the I Wish You Love. That was a beautiful performance, so many beautiful decisions. The way you had the audacity to keep that D in the top voices, the common tone between the C major 9th and the A minor 11th, just so good. Contrary motion on the when you went to the D minor 11th with that G on the top voice, just beautiful, beautiful playing.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
So, like you, I have also had some experience teaching more classically trained players who wish to study improvisation. And generally, what's happened when I've tried to do it is, it can start out rather easy in the sense that, if you start like with the pentatonic scale, there are a bunch of tunes that people can solo over. And even with, like the Dorian mode, you can tell them to solo over like So What or something, and you can give them a lot of fun. But once it gets to the point of sort of doing the grunt work, like as you mentioned, knowing where all the notes are on the fretboard, knowing how to play things in different keys, learning the modes and things like that, oftentimes the students that I have taught are slightly older and they don't necessarily have as much free time. So they need to do the grunt work, otherwise they can't move forward, but they don't necessarily have the time to do much more than the grunt work. So how do you recommend keeping students interested and engaged when they're sort of doing the remedial studies necessary to move forward in improvisational studies? Thank you.
That's an excellent question. And it's one of those things that for all of us as teachers, each student, it's a different, you have to look at each student in a very particular way and try to help them considering their circumstances. And I think when you think about improvisation, it can be quite overwhelming at first because if you think about the fretboard, the guitar, in the improvisation on the guitar, it's really tricky because just finding where the notes are, it can be pretty hard. So I always give my students who are like starting and they get really overwhelmed because they think, oh, I have to use the entire fretboard of the guitar. And I always like to give them this example here, where you get like this triad, right? Have E, C, G. You can play like this. You can play like this. You can play like this, or that, or that, or that. 11 or 12 ways. A pianist never has to worry about it at all. Of course, they have to worry about other things. But I'm just talking about the nature of the guitar. So it can be pretty overwhelming to be able to find the guitar, where the notes are and how everything works. So depending, especially if a student that's sometimes a little bit older or already has limited time to practice, I don't think it's so important to tackle everything and play everything even on the neck of the guitar, everything in all keys. I think making the process enjoyable and making sure that you can set certain goals that are simple enough for them. For example, playing over chord changes can be pretty tricky, right? Even that example I gave, C major 7 to A flat, you can't just play one scale. You need to be able to navigate those changes, right? So what depending on the student, sometimes just stay in one position for a few months, and try to really understand that voice leading, see what's changing, see what's a common note, all those small things, and try to break it down. And because otherwise it can be very, very overwhelming. So break it down, staying at position at first in one position. I find that trying to present the entire fretboard for a student that never really improvised and still kind of new to the idea of improvising, it can be pretty overwhelming. So breaking things down, playing position, sometimes playing even two strings. A simple thing like you can play those two chords and find the notes available in two strings, and that's already improvisation. You're limiting yourself to two strings, then you can do two more, then you can do the entire position. At some point, you're done with the position, move to another position, then try to play in a more horizontal way, which it can be pretty tricky. But if you have those building blocks, I think that way the student won't be overwhelmed. The student will see some results, and hopefully he'll keep engaged and will keep learning. Thank you for your question.
Thank you so much, Paolo, for that wonderful presentation. So I don't think that we have any more questions online or in the Zoom room. But I just want to say again, thank you for your presentation. And our next presentation is going to be by Samantha Muir and Giovanni Albini. And they're going to be presenting on the ukulele. Just in one moment.
Okay.
Hi everyone, and welcome to this lecture on Campanella technique in contemporary chamber music scores for ukulele. And this is a collaboration between Giovanni Albini and myself. I'll just be reading today because Giovanni's stuck in transit somewhere. Campanella is a well-known idiomatic device which has been used by guitarists since the 17th century. As will be shown in this presentation, campanella is also a natural and intrinsic technique which has been used by ukulele players since the instrument first gained popularity in the early 20th century. The explicit use of campanella as a technical device on the ukulele was first advocated by John King in the 1990s. King's campanella arrangements, which ranged from works by J.S. Bach to traditional Irish, Scottish and Hawaiian tunes, brought new technical and musical challenges to the instrument. More recently, composers are exploring how campanella might be used in original repertoire. Thus far, the main focus has been on creating solo repertoire. In this presentation, we are going to explore how and why campanella is now being used in chamber works for the ukulele. In the second part of the presentation, we'll look at specific examples, but we'll begin by addressing the question, what is campanella, and provide some brief background, both historical and in context, for its use on the guitar and the ukulele. The term campanella comes from the Italian word meaning a small bell. 17th century guitar composers, including Gaspar Sanz and Francesco Corbetta, utilized the reentrant tuning of the Baroque guitar to sometimes place melodic notes on the fourth and fifth courses. In linear tunings, these strings would normally be used for bass notes, but the reentrant tunings meant that melodic notes could be played on alternate strings to create novel overringing effects. These effects are both harp-like and suggestive of small bells, hence the term campanella. James Tyler and Paul Sparks, in The Guitar and Its Music, describe campanellas as cascading scale passages due to the tendency to apply campanella to scale figures. In a guide to playing the Baroque guitar, Tyler elaborates further, providing this useful description of campanella. It is performed by plucking each note of a scale or other melodic passage on a different course and employing as many open strings as possible, thus allowing each scale note to ring on longer than would otherwise be possible. The effect is similar to playing a rapid scale on an open string of a harp without dampening any of the strings. Successive notes ring on and blend into the previous ones. Like the Baroque guitar, the most common tuning of the ukulele is reentrant. The high G fourth string means the ukulele is ideal for creating campanella effects. The following examples demonstrate the different ways a scale might be played on the ukulele. In example 1, the D natural minor scale is played along a single string. I'll just play that for you now. And then in example 2, it's played across the strings in first position. And then finally in example 3, it's played in campanella. In his article Guitar Thinking, Jonathan de Souza uses the term affordances to describe an object's possibilities for action. He uses the example of a guitar, which affords playing, and a chair, which affords sitting. As de Souza points out, however, a chair may also be used in other ways, such as to prop up a music book, and a guitar cannot be played by a goldfish. The possibilities of an object, therefore, depend on certain factors, such as a person's abilities or an object's conventions, such as the tuning of a guitar. To this end, the tuning of the ukulele, whether linear or reentrant, affords the use of campanella. However, it is the reentrant tuning which creates more opportunities for campanella, allowing it to occur both intentionally and intuitively as an idiomatic feature of the instrument. As already mentioned, it was John King who initiated the deliberate use of campanella on the ukulele. It would, however, be a mistake to assume that campanella has only been used on the ukulele since King made it popular in the 1990s. In fact, one of the first virtuosos of the ukulele, Hawaiian Ernest Kai, also used overringing or campanella effects. Kai published the first known ukulele method in 1906. In 1916, he updated and expanded his method to include several fingerstyle pieces written in both notation and tablature. The tablature allows us to see how Kai incorporated campanella techniques, although his application would seem to be intuitive rather than explicit. The piece Haiare begins with the melodic notes placed across the strings. The open G could be played on the 3rd fret of the 2nd string, but Kai opted for it to be played as an open G, thus creating a campanella effect. Similarly, in banjo schottische, the use of the open strings, once again the open G, creates a campanella effect in bar 7. Although Kai cannot be said to have explicitly used campanella as a device, he can be seen to have used the affordances of the ukulele to create music which, as de Souza describes in Music at Hand, both sounds and feels good. John King first learnt about campanella when he was studying classical guitar. Realizing that the ukulele, like the Baroque guitar, also utilizes reentrant tuning, King decided to try campanella on the ukulele. Sadly, he passed away in 2009, but his experiment is recorded on his Nalu Music website. I taught myself an appropriate Bach tune using campanella technique and applied it to my mother's pineapple ukulele. It was a revelation. The instrument had a voice, and when I played, it sang to me. King recorded an entire CD of works by Bach arranged in campanella style. Several of these arrangements, including Jesus Joy of Man's Desiring and the Prelude BWV 1007, are included in his groundbreaking book, The Classical Ukulele. This book, which also includes arrangements of pieces by Mozart, Beethoven and Couperin, helped to spark an approach to the ukulele that finds its roots in classical music and has come to be known as classical ukulele. King's campanella approach was not, however, limited to classical repertoire, but included arrangements of traditional Hawaiian, Scottish and Irish tunes. It should be noted that while Baroque composers used campanella as a device to create a novel effect within a specific piece, King's innovation was to apply campanella to entire pieces, thus treating it as a genre or style in itself. And some of the main reasons for using campanella on the ukulele. The overringing notes compensate for the ukulele's lack of bass by sustaining the sound and creating subtle interplays of consonances and dissonances. The short attack of the ukulele means its natural sound is percussive rather than melodic, but by placing the melodic notes on alternating strings, the notes blend into each other, thus extending the life of each note. To find new technical and musical challenges in order to extend both players and the repertoire of the instrument. Campanella is also a deliberate move away from the typical strumming approach most commonly associated with the ukulele. It's equally effective in fast, virtuosic passages and in slower, more spacious pieces. Campanella passages often involve many open strings. To this end, the open strings of the ukulele, possibly due to their higher pitch, are less harsh or brash than the open strings of the modern guitar, making the ukulele an ideal vehicle for campanella. The short scale of the instrument facilitates the large leaps and stretches that are typical of campanella. As the campanella scale already demonstrated, we can see there are technical and musical similarities between campanella and arpeggios. Both techniques are played tarando or free stroke in order to allow the strings to ring freely, and both techniques utilize the thumb and multiple fingers of the picking hand. However, while arpeggios often take the form of repeated patterns, Campanella passages can be highly erratic and counterintuitive to play. The fundamental difference between campanellas and arpeggios is that campanellas are melodic while arpeggios are harmonic. Often, however, the boundaries between the two are blurred, as a triad is sometimes treated melodically. A simple example being the opening of the tune Kumbaya, which begins with a rising tonic triad as its melody. And now we'd like to look at some specific examples. And as I said, Giovanni sends his apologies for not being here, so I'm going to just read out some comments on his examples now. In the following example of Cherubic Hymn by Tchaikovsky, we can see how in the second bar the melody expands to include an E minor triad. Furthermore, the employment of campanella technique in the arpeggiated unisons overcomes the percussive character and short decay of the instrument by creating more legato effects, subtle timbral nuances, and greater differences in volume, thus merging more efficiently with the other instruments. In the first bar of Francesco Tanzi's Matera for ukulele and cello quartet, the employment of campanella technique clearly differentiates the melody from the accompaniment and reinforces the sound of both in the forte of the beginning, where the ukulele is playing with the cellos. In bars 71 to 76, the string alternation combined with a deliberate picking hand fingering in which the thumb plays the accented notes creates a full, round and effective sound. In the opening of Transumanze for children's choir and ukulele, the combination of the fast tempo and campanella allows a resonant sound continuum. This is characterized by rhythmical accents leading to and sustaining the choir entrance. Such an effect would have been impossible if the same passage had been played on a single string. As in Transumanze, the placement of unisons across the strings in the third movement of a new ukulele concerto composed for me by David John Roach maximizes the sound and resonance of the instrument. In the last two examples, we see how the campanella effect not only sounds good but also feels good. This is particularly clear in this example where the fingering for both hands involves repeated patterns. Fingers 1 and 4 of the fretting hand remain planted as the pattern moves up and down the fingerboard. Meanwhile, the repeated PIA pattern for the picking hand is typical of an arpeggio. And I'll just play you a little bit of this wonderful new concerto. It's so new it doesn't even have a title. Just the snippet. And in the next example, it demonstrates the use of campanella in a more contrived environment, as, in order to create the overringing effects, the notes are constantly forced onto alternating strings. In the bars shown, the movement of the notes is largely stepwise, and the most simple technical solution would be to place C, B, C, D, E on the first string. But in order to complement the long-held notes of the orchestra and create a more spacious and lyrical effect, I suggested playing the melody in campanella style. The fretting hand fingering becomes noticeably more awkward, as playing C on string 2 and B on string 3 requires a stretch. The following notes, D, E and G, are then played with a barre. Although not difficult, this is certainly not the most natural or straightforward solution to playing these notes. But in this instance, the musical objective, to maximize the sustain of each note and complement the spacious effect of the orchestral accompaniment, was prioritized. Compared to the previous example, in which campanella provided both technical and musical answers, this example shows how the musical effect of campanella can create different logistical challenges for a player. It is also interesting to note how in campanella style, neighbouring notes on the stave become distanced on the fingerboard, thus creating a discrepancy between their sound and their physical position. And I'll just play the example, first of all on string 1. and then in Campanella style. In conclusion, applying Campanella technique to the ukulele can achieve both technical and musical objectives, but as has been shown, these two aims are not necessarily in accord with each other. To this end, the use of Campanella can at times feel natural and comfortable, and at other times feel disorienting and counterintuitive. In applying Campanella to chamber works, we have found that the ukulele is able to achieve greater sustain and resonance, as well as a greater dynamic range. This is helping the ukulele to assert its presence amongst traditional chamber and orchestral instruments, as well as in a children's choir. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation. I'd just like to say thank you to Amy and to everyone involved in 21st Century Guitar. And also thanks to Giovanni, who sadly would have loved to have been here, but as I say, he's caught up in transit somewhere.
Thank you so much, Samantha, for that wonderful lecture. I just want to first off mention that to people who are watching live, if you have a question for Samantha, then you can just put your question in the YouTube or Facebook chat, and we will see it right away. If someone in the Zoom room here has a question, you just have to unmute your mic and video to ask a question. My question is probably going to be very ignorant, because I'm very ignorant of the ukulele, so please forgive me for that. But I was noticing in, you had mentioned that with Campanella, sometimes you have to play in very different ranges. So, and I was curious whether there are like timbral limits for that, or whether it affects the timbre so much when you are playing, you know, in such different ranges. And maybe that's useful for a particular kind of effect as well.
Yeah, I sort of mentioned it a little bit earlier in the presentation that one of the things we found, well, Giovanni and I both come from guitar backgrounds, and often on the guitar we avoid open strings and prefer to play, you know, closed notes because they sound better. But with the ukulele, we use a lot of open strings. We don't seem to have that same issue as guitarists, and it seems that you can play, you know, up and down the fingerboard and have open strings and then closed strings in higher positions. And I suppose there's some timbral difference, but perhaps in a way that quirkiness is also attractive and, you know, idiomatic to the instrument, making it novel in its own way.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I see a question, a comment from Isabel online. She says, no question, but great talk that helps to understand this idiom of ukulele. Interesting application for pedagogy, she says. And I believe Thatcher. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was going to say that I found, because I've done a lot of workshops with the ukulele, it's one of the hardest areas to teach Campanella because it's often so counterintuitive.
And I believe Thatcher has a question.
Thatcher.
Hi, thank you so much for thank you for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
So you mentioned that thanks to, you know, the research on Campanella, that the ukulele is becoming a far more prevalent instrument in terms of, you know, contemporary chamber music and things like that. In terms of the ukulele in Hawaii, how has the you mentioned that, you know, John King was a very revolutionary figure in the ukulele. Has this study of Campanella impacted the way that the ukulele is played in traditional Hawaiian music? Thank you.
I think, yeah, that's a really interesting question. And as we showed in the examples with Ernest Kai, who was, I think, the first Hawaiian virtuoso of the instrument and Hawaiian, in his Hawaiian pieces, he incorporated Campanella, but he didn't use the term Campanella. He just used the natural affordances of the instrument, I think, to find music which, as I said before, sounds and feels good. In terms of the specific use of Campanella in Hawaiian traditional music, I'm not really sure. I'm only, you know, I know about Ernest Kai, but beyond that, no, not really. I think the ukulele's first use was as a strummed instrument to accompany the songs and dances of Hawaii, and Kai was composing and arranging fingerstyle instrumental pieces for the instrument, and he, I understand, is the first person to really do that. Thank you.
I believe Scott Mclaughlin has a question.
Hi, Samantha. Sorry, I arrived in the middle of your talk, so you may have already addressed this. It was really interesting, though, hearing about this. Is there much? What about scordatura? So, with Campanella technique, is there much call in contemporary chamber scores for people using scordatura in order to increase the possibilities for Campanella?
The tendency is to use a lot of tablature with the ukulele. So you find things in notation and tablature. That's kind of become.
Maybe my question didn't come across. Sorry. Am I audible?
Yes. But I was going to follow on by saying that we also use not so much in chamber music scordatura, but I've certainly used it a lot in solo pieces. Did that answer your question? Oh, I think he's frozen.
I think he's frozen.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm going to just try and fix my internet.
He's back. Oh, no, I think he's frozen again.
Yes, I think we'll have to, unfortunately, keep going.
Mm-hmm.
So, unless there are more questions, I just want to say thank you again so much, Samantha.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
And thanks to Giovanni Albini as well. So our next lecture is going to be Scott Mclaughlin, who we just saw, and that will be coming up in a few minutes.
Hello, I am Dr. Scott Mclaughlin. I'm an Irish composer and I live and work in the UK at the University of Leeds in West Yorkshire. Today I'm going to talk about current aspects of my own practice in working with the guitar, specifically in relation to feedback mostly, and also through the use of inharmonic spectra. I'll get onto those two things in a moment. My interest in continuous sound is because I want to be able to have a continuous performative manipulation of the sound, but particularly though in relation to its indeterminacy. I'm interested in the materiality of the instrument, that is, what's happening with the physical material itself, and allowing those physical materials to have a kind of agency of their own, to speak for themselves and to express their own preferences to a certain extent, which you'll see a little as I go on. When I'm talking about continuous sound on the guitar, this is an electric guitar, so in most cases I'm either using feedback or some kind of electromagnetic resonator. EBOs are fine. I prefer to use the Vibesware GR1. It's got a little bit more power, it's a little bit more able to reach some of the more interesting indeterminate aspects of the string. Similarly, while I'm very interested in the natural harmonic series of the guitar string itself, and you'll see this in one of the pieces later, I'm really interested in making the strings inharmonic. That is, essentially, inharmonicity creates a kind of a bell-like timbre usually. What's happening is that some sort of manipulation of the string is altering the ratio between the mass of the string and its length, so it's knocking some of the partials of its harmonic series out of tune with each other, and instead of perceiving them as a single string sound, a single note, what you're hearing instead is more like a bell, where there are multiple pitches running against each other. So in all of these cases, my interest, though, is primarily not in controlling the specifics of this sound, but in setting up a topology of indeterminate possibilities. Some things are more likely than others, some things are very unlikely but not impossible, and it's about manipulating the instrument in such a way that these things might then start to happen. The two pieces you'll see coming up, one of which is a reworking of a piece from 2013 called Surfaces of Emergence, which is for feedback guitars. And what's happening with this is that I'm specifically using motion of the guitar, so moving the guitar itself relative to the amplifier and the distance changing between the amplifier and the guitar itself, or the angle, etc. All of these variables are causing the pitch of the feedback to change. The feedback pitch will always be a harmonic of one of the strings, but it's slightly indeterminate to know exactly which one is going to come out at any moment. So part of the way that this piece works is that the score asks the player to continuously try to create patterns, A-B patterns. Find a pitch, find a new pitch, try to go back to the previous pitch. So you're trying to create these back and forths, but to do this creating of the back and forth, you have to shift your body position. It might be quite a small shift, just changing the angle of the guitar, or it might be something quite radical, stepping somewhere, moving away. And of course, trying to then move back to that position, we come into a hysteresis effect. Hysteresis is the history, the path dependency of the event, so that now that we have a certain pitch ringing on the guitar, trying to go back to a previous resonance is more difficult because the current resonance is overpowering it. So the situation is constantly changing. The algorithm for the score is very simple. You're just trying to create patterns. You're trying to go back and forth between two things. And when you find strong harmonics, this can be quite easy. And then my tendency is to try and push out of those a little bit to explore the edges a bit more. But sometimes they're just fleeting harmonics that you never find your way back to again. The second aspect of this is dealing with the inharmonicity of the instrument. In these cases, the main way that I do this is through using a preparation of some sort, in the sense of John Cage's prepared piano. So the two examples you'll see here today, one is quite simple, just using a small ball of blue tack or white tack or some sort of material like that stuck to the string. The position on the string will affect the harmonics that come out, or the timbre or the harmony of it. Equally, the weight of the mass of it will also affect it. What's interesting about this is that rather than moving all of the partials, what effect this has is to slightly filter some of the partials. You get a flattening effect, you get the distinct inharmonicity of partials going out of tune with each other, but also there's a very strong filtering where certain partials are really strong and really want to come out, and others are much more resistant. In some ways, this can be more interesting because it reduces the palette of possibilities, but it means that some are very probable to come out while others need to be chased and dug a little more. The second technique is slightly more advanced than this. It uses 3D printed preparations that couple two of the strings together. By coupling, I mean in the mechanical sense in physics, where the vibrations from one travel through this preparation into the other string and they become a single vibrating system. This means that any change to either of the strings will affect the resonances of the other string. So when you're dealing with, as you'll see later, a continuous sound piece where I'm using the ebow on one of the strings, alterations to the other string then have sometimes small, sometimes very large effects on what's happening on the string that's actually being activated. You can hear here a brief example of this kind of inharmonicity by playing these two strings. So the two pieces that you're going to hear in this recital, one is a pure improvisation, as in I set up a set of material and I just responded to it. It's quite a minimal improvisation, but it's definitely improvised in the sense that nothing was really pre-planned other than the fact that I wanted to emphasize the inharmonicity and I wanted to use the particular techniques that are used in the piece. The other piece, Surfaces of Emergence, has a score, as you can see here and before, but this is a very open score. It's a text score. It lays out the principles of how the piece is to be played, rather than specifying moment-to-moment interactions or structures. As I mentioned in the abstract for this talk, the concept of improvisation here is much closer to the generalized and critical approach taken by Lewis and Peacock, where we're talking about improvisation not so much as a style, but in the larger sense of a response to contingency. And that's what this compositional process is all about. It's about setting up a contingent process in the instrument so that by playing the instrument in this way, some things are more contingent than others, some things are very contingent, some things are very probable. But by setting this up, the score is creating points of tension and points of possibility that allow things to emerge. So structure can emerge out of the piece rather than being imposed on the piece from the outset. In terms of a larger context for this, I place it in the context of experimental musics as explored post-John Cage by composers such as Alvin Lucier, David Dunn, Eliane Radigue, Pauline Oliveros, and many more. You can see here clearly the relationship between the text scores that you'd find in Oliveros and Lucier especially, and Dunn to a certain extent, that for all of these composers, part of the interest and attraction of composition was in setting up a system and then letting it happen itself. Arguably, the work of David Tudor is also incredibly important here, although he would have considered himself slightly less a composer, but the principle remains the same. Tudor would set up unstable systems and then allow continuous interaction to allow emergent states to create the music itself. A composer such as Eliane Radigue, while not directly using scores, approaches the instrument in the same way, working with the musician in such a way that they come up with, co-composed between them, they come up with a response to what she's looking for in the piece, particular types of unstable sound worlds, particular types of interactions between the musician and their instrument that brings out this instability, that brings it to the fore. But I think it's key here to hold on to the idea that this isn't instability for its own sake. This isn't just random noises. The point of this instability is that it reveals patterns that are inherent to the instruments and the context anyways. And of course, these contexts can change. If I move the preparation, if I use a different instrument or a different amplifier, if I play feedback in a different room, the pitches will be different, the response will be different. The way I have to interact with the instrument and the space and the setup is going to be different, but the principles of the piece remain the same. The principles are still about allowing the materiality of the instrument to come to the fore, allowing certain strong resonances to lead the way, but then deliberately shadowing, overpowering, suppressing, moving past those strong resonances to find other resonances that are behind this to try and get a fuller picture of what's happening. In all of this, just to wrap it back to the two pieces you're going to hear, in the recital, the interest I have here is in what emerges from these set of interactions. Once I put the system in motion, and a player, in this case me, is working with it, then the real interest becomes in what are the emergent possibilities and how are they responded to. In the case of Surfaces of Emergence, I deliberately set up, as you'll see, it's two versions of me playing at the same time. I deliberately set this up such that I had a vague sense of what the overall timing of the recording was going to be, so that I could start and end in more or less the same position, as you'll see. Whereas with the other piece, the improvisation, this was completely unstructured other than I wanted to explore a certain breadth of possibilities within the system that I set up. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Scott, for that incredible performance and lecture. The first thing I would like to say is just for the people who are watching online, that if you want to ask a question, just put it in YouTube and Facebook comments, and we'll be able to see that right away. And if anyone here in the Zoom room would like to ask a question, you can just unmute yourself and ask Scott directly. I have a small question for you right off the bat, though. You may have covered this a little bit earlier in the video when I wasn't able to watch, but I was really curious about more the specifics of the preparations, because the sounds you're getting are absolutely incredible. And I was curious if the preparations were a little bit randomized or if you have a sort of system for them.
So I've done a lot of, thank you, by the way, great question. I touched on it in the video, but I've been experimenting a lot with preparations on string instruments for a couple of years, and most of those have been with bowed instruments, because it's about the bowing then allows you to, oh, sorry, I'm hearing myself on YouTube. Let's just get rid of me. There we go. because when you've got a continuous energy input like a bow or like feedback, that allows all sorts of interesting timbral and spectral things to happen. So I had a friend of mine make me these preparations. This is actually for a double bass. I've got smaller ones for other bowed instruments, but they sit between the two strings like that, which means that energy going into one string passes through the other string and they interfere with each other, which is why you get that gamelan-like texture.
Yeah.
And also the additional mass of the thing drags down the spectrum of the string. For the guitars, the problem was I wanted to use the ebow, but of course the ebow needs to sit on two strings, so this didn't work because it got in the way of the strings that were being sat on. So a friend of mine 3D printed up these little ones, where they're exactly the same principle, but they're saddle shaped, so the open string can sit under it, so that the ebow can sit on top of it like that. So what you end up getting then, you get these beautifully inharmonic gamelan metal percussion like textures. And the point of the ebow or the feedback is to try and explore what pitches can be drawn out of those, because they're very reduced spectra. Instead of getting all the harmonics, they tend to focus around one or two strong ones. So then by moving the ebow up and down the string, you can find the tipping points between where it wants to bring out one or the other. And it is a little bit arbitrary in that I mean, there are other people for whom I'm sure it would be great to go in and calculate exactly what position will give you what additional pitches, etc. I'm not so interested in that. I tend to put them on the instrument quite arbitrarily, and then by playing, work out where the strong things are happening, what the behaviors are. So it begins as a bit of a chaotic improvisation, and then as it goes on, I see the patterns emerging and I hone in on those. But if anyone wants some, drop me an email. I'll post you over a couple.
Those are just incredible. I especially love the fact that the one string will affect the resonance, and one string will travel over to the other. That's just fantastic. I'm definitely going to be. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, which is why in the improvisation I'm doing all that string, not so much tapping, but changing the string length then changes the resonance. And you can hear sometimes that even going from an open string to the 7th fret, you just get this tiny microtonal shift in the pitch that wants to come out. It's really quite beautiful and predictable.
Oh, it's magical. I'm definitely going to be putting in my email order for one of those little things. So thank you for that. I'm just looking online for questions, and also if there's anyone in the Zoom room who wants to ask a question, please just you can unmute yourself and ask away. I guess you obviously this has quite a history in your own practice and research. So is there, beyond the round preparation and the when you had 3D printed, what were you using before that? Like, what's the?
I just happen to have for quite a while. These just happen to live on my desk in front of me. For quite a while, I was using these little kind of A-shaped ones. So it's kind of shaped like an A, but you can see it's still got the notches in the string. For bowed string instruments, just going between two strings, this works fine. It works really nicely. This is the only metal one I had. Mostly they're 3D printed. For the guitar, this was my prototype made out of cut up credit cards to try and get something where I could get a saddle shape so I could go through it. I have like I have a whole pillbox full of weird random versions of. I'm not sure I can get this on camera. There's been a fair amount of experimentation around this. Of just trying to find different ways of making this work, of carving them out of wood. And the 3D printing actually has been a real boon. Having because a friend of mine can do that, it's great to be able to get that done.
And you can 3D print in metal, I assume, and all these kinds of things.
You can, of course. It gets a bit more expensive. He has a home 3D printer, so it's easy for him to just whack out small orders. If I wanted to do it in metal, you have to pretty much order them online, and then you need to really be ordering like 100 or 1,000 of them to make it well for them to even take the order on. But yeah, it's a whole new universe of using 3D printing techniques to modify instruments.
It's fantastic. And I only have one other follow-up question to that is now that you can sort of 3D print in different materials, are there different sonic, obviously there would be different sonic capabilities for each material. So
I would love someday when I have time, I'll sit down and do proper A/B testing on that. the response of the instrument is still so complex. Even after a year or two, I'm like simultaneously trying to compose for it and then also trying to understand what's happening. I've focused more on the composing side, but for sure, inevitably metal will be brighter a little bit and more high frequency content will pass over. And of course, it's also heavier. The mass makes a big difference. We've messed around with the difference between the wooden ones, say, and plastic ones, and the differences are so subtle because even moving a millimeter or two on the string can take you from a strong node onto a weak node, and other strange things can happen. So it's really hard to say. The jury's a bit out so far, but I think someone who is trying to do something more controlled would have a lot more mileage with that.
Thank you so much. And again, incredible pieces, and I really love listening to it.
That's very kind. Thank you for having me.
I'm just looking, don't think there's any other questions. So we'll conclude there. But again, thank you.
My pleasure.
And our next presenter is going to be Marek Ozilek, and he's going to be presenting on Kadali Pedagogy.
Okay, Hello, good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are. Thank you for joining me. I'm going to be talking about Kadali Pedagogy and sort of demonstrating how it can be applied to guitar teaching. I'm assuming we probably have sort of a mixture of people watching. Some of you may be very familiar with the principles of Kadali Pedagogy, relative solfa and such. Others of you may have heard of Kadali the composer, but not really know much more beyond that. My interest in Kadali started when I've been teaching a little while, near the start of my post-university career, and didn't feel I was particularly doing an effective job in the earlier years, sort of 5 and 6 year olds. And then with some of the more advanced ones, when I was working on music theory, we often tend to do, theory is often something we do on paper. And I found it, you know, we can talk about, you know, look for the dominant and tonic chords and such. And they didn't really relate to how that sounded. So I thought there's sort of something lacking in my own work, and there must be a better approach to this, as well as understanding what tonic and dominant look like on the page. Can they understand what they hear? Can they hear that without having to sound it out? And I was sort of vaguely aware of Kadali Pedagogy, but didn't fully understand it. So I took several courses with the British Kadali Academy when I still lived in the UK, and began sort of building it into my lessons. So I'd like to sort of highlight some of the ways that that can be done. Right. So first, let's introduce Kadali the man. He's a Hungarian composer, ethnomusicologist, and educator. He really sort of revolutionized music education in Hungary following World War II, and built an entire sort of new curriculum, which is still the foundation of music education in Hungary, and has spread elsewhere. Some other sort of background: he completed a PhD on Hungarian folk song, and of course is well known for his long-standing relationship with Béla Bartók, also composer and ethnomusicologist and educator. In 1907, he became a professor of music theory and composition at the Liszt Academy, but was underwhelmed with some of the students' music reading skills. And this, I suppose, is sort of where he began at least contemplating addressing music skills in early years that can build a more solid foundation for advanced students. For a more detailed biography and, you know, list of events, you can visit iks.hu. That's the International Kadali Society. But I thought these were some important points. So where did he begin? First of all, although he's credited with the entire method, there's not a lot that he actually invented. Instead, he studied, observed what other practices already exist, what seems to work well, what can I build on and incorporate. And the first curriculum appeared in 1950 in collaboration, particularly with Martin Nemeshegi. I apologize for my Hungarian. So he had a sort of a team of teachers that he was working with in developing this curriculum. And the first primary school was opened in Kecskemet, his birth town, where music was given equal importance amongst maths and literature and everything else. And it focused on learning music through singing in particular and experience. So if these ideas are sort of inbuilt and developed in song and exploration at an early level, it can save a lot of explanation and difficulty later on, ideally. So what did he borrow and adapt? Well, he took the rhythm names from the French system. And of course, exploring, we typically start with ta and tt, which is a little more instinctive than talking about quarter notes and eighth notes, crotchets and quavers, whatever terms you may be used to. Also, my sort of first music lesson started with whole notes, counting 4 beats, which is a surprisingly difficult concept for a young student to hold a note for 4 beats. Like, takes a lot of patience. Starting with ta and tt sort of imitates walking and running, so it immediately has a pattern that is a little more familiar. And then, you know, as they learn songs, it expands out to half notes, a sort of an extended ta, ah, 16th notes, tiri, tiri. Some people prefer tika, tika. It's basically the same thing. The dotted quarter notes, tai, which comes in when we do compound times. And again, talking about compound time is sort of an advanced principle, but if you just understand ti, 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 tai, and the gentle motion of it through songs and rhymes, it becomes instinctive without becoming a complex idea as yet. Relative sulfur, and if people are sort of somewhat familiar with Kadali, this is usually what they think of. Isn't Kadali the one with all the hand signs? Yes. So he took pitch syllables that are, I'm sure, familiar to everybody from The Sound of Music, but before that, from the 11th century. And these are movable. And this was adapted, again, another system that he borrowed and adapted that used to be used in England and then sort of went out of fashion, in England at least. And John Kerwin added the hand signs, which just adds another level of sort of physicality and feeling to understanding pitch relationships. Kadali developed this one step further by adding levels to the hand signs. So whereas originally, you can see I've got that poster of hand signs on the slide. You may also be able to see it's on my wall behind me. So I'm sort of referring to it quite a lot during lessons. It's just a handy thing to have in sight. So Kerwin's use of hand signs would have been stuck here, do, re, mi. Kadali adapted that, moving up the scale, so it's a little more physical and visual. So how might that work? I've got an example. This is not a piece we would do in an early student's lesson, but it demonstrates my point here. You can see the theme from Bach's Fugue BWV 998. I'm sure many guitarists know this. On the guitar, this is usually played in D. The original lute piece was in E flat. So in movable do, the tonic note of any major key is do. The second step is re, etc. So in E flat major, this would sound something like do, re, mi, fa, ti, whoops, ti, do, re, sorry. Do, ti, do, re, sol, la, ti, do. So I was reading the movable and the fixed do at the same time and getting it wrong. So do is E flat. In fixed do, as far as I understand it, fixed do, I don't think accounts for chromatic alterations. So E flat is mi, as would be any other version of E natural, E sharp, they would all be called mi. If anybody knows more about fixed do and wishes to correct me on that, that's absolutely fine. So the pitch names in fixed do mi, re, mi, fa, ti, do, re, mi, which for someone like me who's used to movable do, that's a bit of a mind game. So far as I'm concerned, mi to re is supposed to be a whole step, but in fixed do, here it appears as a semitone, so it sort of jars in my ears a little bit. In movable do, we put this into D major. The solfege names are exactly the same. D is now do, D, do, ti, do, re, sol, la, ti, do. In fixed do, D is now re. So it goes re, do, re, mi, sol, la, ti, do, re. So there's an example of how movable do or relative solfa would compare with fixed do. So using this hopefully gives a sense of relationship between the pitches and a sort of an instinctive understanding of tonic and harmony without the complexities of explaining the language, which can come later when they are older and ready for it. So going through a system like this, the benefits to the student, hopefully, sound to sight, concrete to abstract. So understanding, harmony, tonic, dominant, intervals, which are quite advanced concepts, become instinctive. And you end up with hopefully an intuitive sense of harmony, doing everything through singing and exploring and playing ideally gives you a natural sense of phrasing. I've often thought that sort of singers and wind players have the benefit of a natural sense of phrasing because they need to know where to breathe. Teaching guitar, we sometimes have to work a little bit harder to kind of help our students understand what that means and how it feels. Yes, intervals and pitch relationships, and also a sense of character of the pitch names that sort of, there's a particular feeling when you arrive at do, if you're in a major key, or arrive at la, if you're in a minor key. There's a particular sense of, how the dominant sort of needs to resolve to the tonic. So each pitch, as well as having a name and a hand sign, really has a character and a place that it feels it needs to lead or arrive. So how can this be brought into guitar teaching? Because Kadai is mainly sort of a choral teaching method or a classroom method, which is of course useful, but I'm a guitar teacher, not a choral conductor. So I wanted to introduce the Jigsaw Guitar course written by Luc Dunlay, which is specifically written with younger students in mind and based on Kadai principles. And you can see one of the first pieces is Autumn Leaves. This is not the jazz standard. It's just a piece he composed for the book, which starts with very basic tar and TT rhythms that the student plays with their thumb. And then the teacher can play, there's a simple tune in the teacher's guide that fits over the top. So it gets them straight in with music reading, but without the burden of the 5-line stave initially, which is just an information overload for younger students. It then gradually builds up to simple, starting with sort of pentatonic tunes. In developing the method, Kadai realized that the usual starting point, starting on do and building up major scales, is not really instinctive. For a start, semitones are quite difficult to hear and understand and sing for younger students. So as soon as you get to the, the third to fourth degree of the scale, they're struggling. What is pretty universal is children's songs all around the world are very often pentatonic because they avoid semitones. In particular, I'm sure we've all heard tunes that go simple children's songs, and that's reasonably universal. So we start with simple songs like Cobbler, Cobbler, again following hand signs. Cobbler, cobbler, mend my shoe, get it done by 2:30, using hand signs. And you can see it again, it's written out on the page using real notation, but again, not quite getting to the 5-line stave, but you can see how it eventually leads into full notation. So that, the child will explore the song, clap the rhythm, eventually play it on the guitar, following these diagrams, moving on, introducing La, one step above. Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. Eventually building up to a more complete pentatonic, typically using public domain folk songs, not just for copyright reasons, but because following folk songs have a very familiar feel. It flows like the language that the student is familiar with. So focusing on folk songs is a sort of a major part of Kadali pedagogy, not exclusively, but it provides a really useful foundation for the whole thing. Okay, and yeah, and here's an example. Not everything has to be songs. Rhymes are equally useful. It contains virtually every element of a song, but without melody. So there's still a lot of music that you can progress with using rhymes. So here we have an example of Choppity Chop that comes up in quite early on. This is in 6/8, but of course we're not talking about compound time yet. We're just getting a feel for the flow. And in book 1, this is pretty easy going. You can play it on, using the thumb, whichever string you like, or maybe you can change strings every line. So there's lots of room for exploration at whatever pace the child is comfortable with. So one of my brave volunteer students is going to demonstrate the first version of Choppity Chop.
Off we go. Chop, chop, choppity chop. Chop off the bottom and chop off the top. What there is left you can put in the pot. Chop, chop, choppity chop.
And this then comes back in book 2 with a little more musical detail. We've now done a few things in 6/8. So we've seen dotted quarters and TTT rhythms. And here we're trying to develop free stroke arpeggios. So I'll let him demonstrate this. It's a little trickier, but he gives it a good go. I think this may have been his first or second attempt at this version.
And off we go. Chop, chop, good. Short string 4. Chop. Beginning and chop, chop, choppity chop.
Okay, so clearly that's a work in progress. as I said, I think it was one of his first attempts, and I considered not including it because there are things he's played better. But the other point that it's good to make here is that familiarity breeds enthusiasm and curiosity, I guess. If this was presented as, now we're going to learn free stroke, that's quite a daunting task. If this is presented as another way of exploring something he's familiar with and already enjoys, then learning a new technique, he may not sort of particularly realize the difficulty of what he's engaged in, and just get on with it. So obviously there's plenty more in the book. This isn't going to cover everything, but there's sort of some of the ways that Kadali can get students playing and understanding in a much less daunting manner than the 5-line stave, while still developing important music skills. It doesn't sort of avoid understanding music and concepts. Okay, moving on. There we go. Okay, I'm going to move on a little more quickly. Hot Cross Buns, a song we all know. Again, it comes up in 2 versions. At one point, he learns the melody and later learns the accompaniment. And this, you can see the accompaniment do and so really sort of starts to build in an understanding of the tonic and dominant relationship between the open strings. And in the spirit of exploration, although the book would suggest using G and D for do and so, strings 3 and 4. In this case, he wanted to explore strings 4 and 5. So this is slightly different from what you see written on the page, but basically the same concept.
Here we go. Do, do, so, do.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, let's play that one again then.
Here we go. Do, do, so, do, do, so, do, long, do, once more. I'm going to play the tune this time. Thumb on 4. Here we go. Do, do, so, do, sh, do, so, so, do, sh, do, so,
And that was my 21-month-old daughter feeling left out at the end. Okay. So I'm going to talk briefly, not very long, about color strings, mainly because it's brand new and I haven't yet had a chance to use it. I haven't had a sort of student of suitable age start lessons, but I thought it was important to at least make people aware of its existence. First method was by Jesus Silvae for the violin and has since expanded to other instruments. And in this, every string is assigned a different color and character, and again starts with ta and tt in language and symbols that is more relatable, eventually expanding into songs, and you can see the colors are retained on the score to help guide them across the strings as they are learning. This one does start, it sort of builds up a pentachord, G, A, B, C, D, rather than starting with pentatonics. So it's a slightly different approach, but still based on Kadai principles. So I would love to say more about it, and maybe one day I will when I've been able to run through the method. Okay, so how about beyond this? Because this doesn't just apply to young students. So these are some of the ways, I'm going to run through quickly, I think I'm near the end of my time, some of the ways it might be used to help students with who are sort of intermediate standard. Here's a little tango, and some of the questions that come up are, why have we got a B sharp? Isn't it easier to call it a C? Well, C sharp to C kind of implies that we've gone from A major to A minor, which is not really what's happening here. Understanding this as mi to re being a raised re, really gives a sort of a sense of pull that the re really needs to resolve back to mi, and then fa later in the measure also sort of falls down. So there's a sort of a sense of gravity around that mi pitch. Similarly, in the second measure, we've got a F double sharp. Why not just call it a G? Well, again, calling it la, li, ti really sort of pushes up towards that T pitch. As well as that, they would instinctively, hopefully, see that the bass is basically do and so, tonic and dominant. So just a quick listen to what this one sounds like. Some of you have probably used it and taught it before. So that's kind of what I mean by understanding the character of each note. Fa tends to fall to mi. That B sharp really feels like it needs to rise back. And another quick example, again, one that some of you may have used. If students encountering this might just see a lot of 16th notes. But if we can kind of highlight the melody, hopefully they'll understand that we've got basically a Phrygian mode. Depending on the level and understanding, we may not use that term, but we can understand that mi is the home pitch rather than do. So what they might understand if we've gone through and sort of sung this is, as well as kind of the pitch relationships, is the phrasing. If you sing it, it falls naturally into a 4-bar phrase that sort of expands into a 6-bar phrase. So sort of understanding this is a irregular phrasing. So this is what this one sounds like. So just a couple of examples of how we can sort of keep coming back to some of these principles in intermediate and even advanced repertoire to just gain further insight and make some of these obscure concepts relatable and natural and hopefully intuitive. So that's about where I finish off. If we have time for questions, I'm happy to address anything.
Thank you so much, Merrick. That was brilliant. I'm sure there, like myself, I'm sure there are many other people out there who've taught guitar to young children who've sort of struggled to find materials.
Mm-hmm.
I know I definitely have. And I'm really excited to see the jigsaw method and the other ones that you mentioned. So I just wanted to mention for people watching that if they want to ask questions, all they have to do is just put a comment in Facebook or YouTube, and we will see that right away. And if someone in the Zoom room has a question, you can just unmute yourself. So I guess my question for you is there books that are sort of separated for age ranges? Because it, like 5 to 6 is so different from 7 to 8.
Yes, well, both of these, the jigsaw and the color strings, are intended for younger years, possibly starting around age 5, maybe 4 if they are well behaved and ready for it. There are some students who I wish I'd had the color strings available for. I think jigsaw probably moves a little bit quicker, might be better for, say, 6-year-olds, and color strings maybe 5 and 4-year-olds. As you know, every child is different, so it's hard to put a rigid boundary on each book. You sort of have to make that. It's difficult to make a judgment with a child you don't know, but that's sort of what we're left with, getting to know the child and making a judgment on what would be the best approach.
Okay, great. I think we are a little bit out of time, unless there's a question here. No. So I'm afraid we'll have to stop there, but thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed it.
Thanks.
And our next presenter is going to be Mark Estebiro, and he's going to be presenting his lecture in just a few minutes.
Hi, hello everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone in Europe. Good morning, everyone in America, and good evening, everyone further east. So my name is Mark Estibero. I'm going to be talking to you today about the work I've been doing for the classical guitar with electronics. And really, I'm going to be taking a step back and showing you the journey I've been on to get to this point. I'm going to be playing you some work I've done over the last few years, working with different instruments and working with different software systems and different interfaces, and trying to explain how I've got to where I am at the moment and how we can, how I'm intending to move forward from that. So the idea then is to create compositions for the classical guitar with electronics, where the source material for the electronic processing is the classical guitar, and the classical guitar is also a means for controlling the electronic part. The idea then is to have just no interface, or at the very least a very minimal interface, and to rely on the existing skill set of the guitar to control the electronics. In other words, to take away all the paraphernalia that we usually associate with the guitar and electronics, you know, pedals, foot switches, control surfaces, movement sensors, and all these things, which I do love. I enjoy those things as much as anyone else, but I wanted to see if it was possible to just get rid of all that and simply use the sound of the guitar to control the electronic part. And to do that, I would be relying on the existing skill set of the guitarist. So that's the goal, to just have those things and as much fluency as possible with the electronic part. So a little bit of background then about who I am and what I do, or at least what I try to do. I'm a guitarist. I also play the piano. I'm a composer as well. That's what my background, my academic background is really in composition. And my academic compositions certainly focus on working with acoustic instruments and electronics together. And to do that, up until about 2016-ish, I was using Max almost exclusively, like many other people, Cycling 74's Max program. And then from around about 2016, 2017, I started to use Super Collider, mostly because I felt that I had pushed myself as far as I could go with Max. I'm certainly not a Max expert. It wasn't that I'd learned everything I could about Max. It's just that I felt like I was in a bit of a creative rut with Max. So using Super Collider was a way to shock myself out of that creative rut. And that's certainly what happened. And when I think about the work I've done, some themes seem to emerge to me. And the themes that seem to emerge are really the connections and the boundaries between different aspects of the music. In particular, the connections and boundaries between the acoustic and the electronic, connections between the composer, the performer, the instrument maker, connections between notation and free improvisation, and also connections between the listener and all of that lot as well. These seem to be things that I'm exploring in my work and that interest me. So if I could break that down a little bit more, if we think about connections and boundaries between the acoustic instrument and the electronic instrument, well, they're actually quite different entities, really. And if we think about it for a second, the acoustic instrument primarily exists in what we might call a note-based sound world. And I put sound world in sort of scare quotes there because you hear that phrase a lot, sound world, but you know, it's all sound at the end of the day and it's not really a world. So I thought I'd put it in quotation marks there. So it's note-based primarily, not exclusively, obviously. There's a very long tradition of performance practice with most acoustic instruments going back centuries. There is a very well-established repertoire of standard techniques and extended techniques, which composers can call upon, which performers will be familiar with, which audiences will recognize, and so on. An acoustic instrument generally has a fixed interface. So a guitar has a very recognizable and essentially non-changing interface. And most importantly, I think, there is a direct mapping between the physical gesture that the performer makes and the resulting sound. So when the performer makes the gesture, something happens very directly, very straight away. The electronic instrument is different in that it is frequently existing in what we might call a texture-based sound world. Certainly electronic instruments in contemporary music, for want of a better word, will be focusing on texture-based music. They have a relatively brief tradition of performance practices. I don't know, going back to the 40s or maybe the 60s, there was a bit of an explosion there. But it's a much briefer tradition than the acoustic instrument tradition. And new instruments that we design ourselves, may have absolutely no tradition, no performance tradition to fall back on. And they may have a very limited or no repertoire of techniques to fall back on as well. And certainly there's no time for the performer to develop a repertoire of techniques before the instrument inevitably becomes obsolete. I say inevitably, they often become obsolete, electronic instruments. And then crucially, there's no direct mapping between the physical gesture that the performer makes and the resulting sound. The mapping is pretty arbitrary, and it is left to the discretion of the instrument designer as to how that works. So I'm also interested in boundaries and connections between the composer, the instrument designer, the performer, and the listener. And in traditional, classical music, these are very set roles, fixed roles. But now in 2022, these roles are becoming much more fluid. In fact, they are much more fluid. In a lot of different genres of music, these roles have merged all together. So the composer, the instrument designer, the performer, and the listener could be the same person. There's a lot more fluidity there to explore. And when we take this back into a classical context, for want of a better word, we can play with these ideas very much. I'm also interested in notation, fixed notation, standard notation, non-standard notation, and improvisation as well, and the continuum that lies between the two, fixed notation at one end and free improvisation at the other end, and how these can be represented in compositions and in scores as well. So I guess my aim is to provide an aesthetically satisfactory sense of cohesion between the acoustic and the electroacoustic. And my strategies for doing this include empowering the performer as much as I possibly can as a composer, encouraging the performer to interact with the electronic part, which is not always easy. In fact, it's sometimes very difficult. I think if you have a performer that you work with a lot, it's much easier. But if, like many of us, you present your work at various festivals and conferences and so on, you might have a very limited performance window, rehearsal window with the performer, and it's difficult to get them to really engage with the electronic part. So I'm interested in strategies to make that process easier. I'm interested in creating a continuum between fixed composition and free improvisation as well, to help provide some sort of cohesion between acoustic and acousmatic music. And one thing that I've been using for a few years now is microsound and granular synthesis to take these sounds of the acoustic instruments and transform them and reimagine them with the in a new context. So that's using the acoustic part as source material for the electronic part. And to do that, I've been using non-standard notation, creating graphical symbols, graphical notation, and so on, and then merging that with traditional notation on the same score. And another strategy that I've been exploring is to really think very carefully about structure and how structure can highlight the similarities and the differences between the electronic and the acoustic. Using structure, to play with these different areas, these different aspects of the sound. So I'd like to illustrate all this with some examples of my work from the last few years. And the first one I'd like to talk to you about is this composition called With Time, Not In Time, which I wrote in 2015. And I've got a short recording of it here. Let me just play a little. This is a snippet of some of the electronics. It's about a minute long. Let me play this for you. There we go. So that was With Time, Not In Time. So the electronic part of that I created in Max. That's a screenshot of the interface I created for it in Max, a very unsatisfactory interface indeed, but it was my starting point for all this. You can see in the the top left of that screenshot there, that the performer is shown sort of live input of the pitch that they're playing. There's also a threshold that they have to hit to trigger the parts. They can see the loop being recorded and the spectral processing happening before their eyes in real time. And they can see on the right-hand side of the screen the 4 different trigger notes that the pitch tracking algorithms are using to trigger the various electronic processes. So it's quite a clunky interface. It did the job, but it was a bit clunky, and it was very difficult to really get the performer to really dig into it. So that was part of my reasoning for making the interface much simpler. So this is an excerpt from the score. You can see the bass clarinet at the top, the piano part in the middle, and then at the bottom, there's just a sort of meaningless representation of the electronic part. It's just a graphic showing that the electronic part will be playing for 60 seconds. And then you can see that the performers have got various different boxes, which is giving them gestures, which they're encouraged to improvise with. And then at the end, you can see that there's a little cue for the bass clarinet player, who can see the interface to signal to the piano player that the free improvisation part is over and it's back to the more rigorously notated score. So that was an early example that I came up with. This is another example from around about the same time, written a little bit after the previous one. And this one, the electronic part was controlled by another player, so me, essentially. So we had flute, bass, clarinet, piano, and live electronics. Let me just play you a little piece of this one. So there we go, that's similar processing, but this time the electronics were controlled by a separate person, which sort of takes control away from the musicians. It might be aesthetically a better experience for the audience, but I'm not sure if it's altogether a better experience for everybody. Oops, here we go. That's the electronic part for that last composition. The sea turns sand to stone. It was essentially three different inputs from the three different instruments, all being processed in real time. And that's an example from the score. And now I'm trying to incorporate graphical notation to give the performers an indication of what the electronic sounds should be, so they can see their own part in standard notation, and then above that, they can see a graphical representation of the sort of thing they might be hearing in the electronic part to help them control their playing. So, learning all the lessons from these, I'm very aware, by the way, that none of these feature the guitar, and this is a guitar conference, but don't panic, guitar will be coming soon. In 2017, I worked with Matthias Müller at the Zurich University of the Arts. And I developed these ideas further. Matthias Müller has developed a system which he calls Sabre, which is a bass clarinet system some of you may be familiar with, where he has movement sensors, accelerometers on his bass clarinet, and he also has various switches built onto the bass clarinet as well. So it's a sort of bass clarinet that's been customized for electronic music. And again, it was another example to experiment with who controls the electronic part. And it was an opportunity to give control of the electronic part back to the performer, so that the electronic part would be controlled exclusively by Matthias. This is an example. It's a little bit rough and ready. It's from a live gig in Zurich. So here we go. So this is a snippet from Open Borders. There we go. I'm going to stop that there. So you can see the performer's got control of the electronic part again, and he's controlling it from his instrument. It's equipped with movement sensors and switches and so on. The Sabre system is an acoustic bass clarinet communicating wirelessly to the computer. So it's all done over, I think it was Bluetooth. There's various air pressure sensors, key codes, MIDI notes, movement sensors, and all these things are being used to map the electronic part. So it's getting there. It's a good system, and it does give a lot of autonomy to the performer, and it makes it more interesting for the audience, I think. That's the schematic of the electronic part, if you're interested. So the bass clarinet was being recorded into 4 live loopers and a granular synthesizer. That went into a routing matrix, and then that went into 4 different digital effects, and then the whole lot went into a reverb with various different presets on it, all built in Max MSP. So that was Open Borders. And it was good in terms of the interface, because all Mateus needed to see was the scene number. So where he was in the score would be on an iPad in front of him, controlled by him. And whether the loops that he was recording in real time, whether that had been successful or not. So there would be a little LED would show if the loop had recorded successfully. And that's all the feedback he needed, apart from the written score. And here is the title, not the title page, the preface to the score. You can see that I've got various different graphic notations on there. Some of them are, as in the C turns sand to stone, they're visual representations of the electronic part, and some of them are gestures. They're showing the performer what gestures to make. And that was, I think that, I was pleased with that one. That was reasonably successful. There's an example from the score. Again, you can see the 3 different lines. At the very top, you've got a visual representation of the electronics. In the middle, you've got the performance gestures, if you like, and then at the bottom, you've got the standard notation. And standard notation, of course, is so successful because it combines those 2 lines above into one system. So you've got performance gestures and the visual representation of the sound embedded into the one system. There's some more examples of simple graphics that I was using to represent the electronic processing. So you can see it should give an indication that grain size is increasing, or grain density is getting thinner, or something is being time stretched, and so on. So the next area that I was concerned with was using structure to unite the electronic and the acoustic parts, to unite these 2 fairly different approaches. And the composition I wrote, I don't have an example for this because it was for 6 instruments and electronics, and it's very hard to get music for 6 instruments and electronics played. So I'll just show you the excerpts from the score, but I won't be able to play you any examples. But I was using extended instrumental techniques to create some sort of continuum between pure sound and noise. This is an idea I took from Kaya Sariaho after listening to her work. So I was using instrumental techniques in conjunction with microsound to create different hierarchies of timbres that exist along a continuum, with stable sounds on one side and what we might call unstable sounds on the other side, or very pure sounds and noise sounds. And then each section in the composition had its own little arc representing pure sound at the with noise in the middle and pure sound on either side. And then the whole composition flew through its own arc, and it ends up looking a little bit like this. So you can see that it starts off with the focus on what we might call pure sound and the acoustic world, in inverted commas, moving more towards a sort of noise-based texture, and the acousmatic world, again in inverted commas, and then back again to pure sound. So it's ideas like that that I've been playing with quite a lot in my compositions over the last few years. So we can use natural tensions to create compositional effects. We can move between pure sound and noise. We can move between texture-based music and gestural music, and we can move between acousmatic and acoustic as well. This is a summary of the ideas I had when thinking about controlling the electronic part and how much control to give to the human being, how much control to give to the machine. And it's definitely a continuum where, you know, total machine control is one end and total human control is at the other end. So coming to the guitar then, after all those wonderful other instruments, what can we get when we mix the classical guitar with electronics? Well, there's a long tradition of using guitars and electronics generally, and there's also a tradition with the classical guitar specifically in electronics going back to the, you know, at least the 1960s. We can bring the history and the design of the guitar to influence the electronics. We can bring the fact that traditional acoustic instruments have a very different performance history to electronic instruments. We can use that to our advantage. We can use the fact that a traditional instrument is very recognizable and that it has a rich cultural inheritance. We can use that to our advantage as well. And then thinking about the digital side of it, well, we can use the digital instrument to investigate the relationship between the traditional sounds and the new sounds. We can use the digital instrument to focus in on timbre, and we can use it to sort of unpick and deconstruct the cultural inheritance and the performance history and so on of the acoustic instrument. So when I'm working with the classical guitar and electronics, things that I've become very aware of over the last few years is that I think there's an urgent need to humanize technology. I think that's more important than ever. I think there's an ethical dimension to instrument design. I think we should resist technologies which tend to dehumanize people. So we should put human agency at the heart of any performance. And we should remember that human beings react differently to an algorithm, which is really why I'm calling these pieces chamber works, because even though we're in maybe not a very traditional chamber music setting, the electronics and the controller of the electronics is part of a chamber ensemble. So what can the classical guitarist bring to electronic music? Well, we're putting human agency at the heart of the process. There's a rich history of performance practice. We have a broad range of instrumental gestures. We have a limited but recognizable range of sounds. We have a familiar sound world to be manipulated, reframed, and recontextualized. And we can blur boundaries between what's possible and what's impossible. This is an example of when I started doing work with guitar and electronics. This is a Max patch I created, which had no real user interface and which used pitch tracking algorithms. I created a series of gestures for that piece. Here are some examples, and they're really setting off points for improvisation. And you can see that I've written in the trigger notes into the gestures, and it's those trigger notes that will control the electronic part. I switched to Super Collider a few years ago, as I mentioned earlier, which is an open sourced text-based program, which has a very large and very lively community of users, and which is very effective for live coding. I don't know, some of you may have seen the composition I created with David Cotter last year using the Super Collider environment. Here it is again, if you missed it. We called it Latent, and it's a series of gestures for improvisation with Super Collider effectively, and it's effectively controlled by trigger notes again, and all the control is just with the performers, and the only electronics that the performer needs to see is a microphone, really. That's a schematic of the Super Collider patch. That's what the code looks like, if anyone is interested. And I'm just going to play 30 seconds or so of me improvising with the patch, just to finish with. I'll just jump to the middle and play a little bit of this. There we are. I'm going to stop that there because I think I am out of time, but I'm not sure because I can't see the chat. Let me just check. A couple of minutes. Shall I let it run for just a couple more minutes? Let's see. So there we go. So just to finish, what's next? Well, I'm still working with the system. I'm hoping to write more compositions for the classical guitar and electronics. I'm hoping to move along the continuum from improvisation towards more fixed notation. So it won't be completely fixed, the composition, but it'll be more fixed than the previous work. I'm hoping to integrate the electronic part with the acoustic part much more tightly. And then I've been experimenting a lot with embedding different trigger notes into the compositions so that that there are more possibilities for the performer and for the composer. And then now that the lockdown restrictions seem to be lifting, I'm very much hoping to do some live performances in front of actual real people with it. So there we are. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark. As usual, that was amazing. I had a couple of questions, but before that, I just wanted to mention to people who are watching that if you have a comment or a question, you can just put it into the YouTube or Facebook chat and we will see it. And if there's anyone in the room who wants to ask a question, you can just open your microphone and camera. So I had a question, but I think it's a bit of an open-ended one. I was curious when you mentioned the idea of humanizing electronics. From the context of your paper, I understand that I think I understand that you mean giving control of the electronics to the performer, more than having him operated by algorithm or machine or something like that. But I was sort of curious about the range of the humanization of electronics, because the algorithms are also written by people. So I wasn't sure. I was wondering if you could just elaborate a little bit more on that.
Yes, it's. I mean, it's a whole subject. It's a different conference, isn't it? That I think. The algorithms are definitely written by people, but then the algorithms seem to take on a life of their own, don't they? So there is a distance between the algorithm and the person that wrote the algorithm, or certainly there's a perceived distance there. And I think we see it in all over the place at the moment in social media, Netflix choosing what you want to watch next on telly, that sort of thing. And it takes more and more autonomy away from us and gives more and more power to other people to decide things for us. Facebook deciding which photographs I would like to look at and things like that. So I think, one way we can address this as composers and performers and musicians is to use the technology, but make sure that the human being is at the center of the technology. That's my thinking about this. And I think it makes for more interesting music as well, personally. I like music that is made by people and listened to by people. And I love technology as well. I'm not a Luddite by any stretch of the imagination, but I do like to hear what people do with music, even when it goes wrong. I think that's very exciting. I'd rather hear a human being play a wrong note than listen to a computer crashing. Yes, so I don't know if that's. I think there's a whole. We could talk about this for hours.
Yeah, that's true. I think I understand a little bit better that you're thinking of agency, like agency over the music and the sound. My other follow-up question, if you don't mind, was I'm not a user of Super Collider, but I was curious about the trigger notes. So there's just tracking pitches. And so does the performer know which pitches are the trigger notes?
Yes, they are written into the score. So if I can't show my screen again, but if we look at on the latent score, for example, we just used the low E note to trigger the pitches because it was the simplest note to use, really, and they're embedded in the score. So it's no good for complete free improvisation because you will be triggering things left, right, and center accidentally. So it lends itself very well to a sort of controlled improvisation or fixed notation approach, where you write the music, knowing that certain notes will trigger certain events, because it's just a pitch tracking algorithm. And then, when the pitch, it recognizes the pitch and it goes over a certain dynamic threshold, it will trigger some, some process that.
Okay. I was also curious about the bass clarinet disable system. I'm assuming that similar systems exist somewhere for guitar as well. I mean, I can think of a couple of things like the magnetized pick that controls sounds, but are there similar sort of full guitar body systems as well?
I don't know the answer to that. I think there are all sorts of things for the guitar, aren't there? All sorts of different add-ons you can do. But I think the beauty of Sabre, I particularly like the movement sensors that he had. And the bass clarinet, it's a very gestural instrument. The performer is moving it around all the time anyway. So
yeah, it wouldn't work the same way for guitar, would it?
A bit. I mean, you can imagine that it would work, but not so much. But the guitar has got other gestures. I saw a presentation, a piano doing similar things where they were tracking the movement of the pianist's hands and then using that to trigger certain things. So the pianist would just make little gestures and then carry on playing and then do something else like that. So that there's all sorts of things we could explore. I think it's really interesting to extend the instrument without sticking a load of switches and foot pedals on it, which I love the foot switches and the foot pedals, but I just think this is a different approach.
I believe that's all the time for questions that we have. So thank you very much, Mark, for that presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. And so our next presenter is going to be Guillaume Vincenz and Renata Venucci.
Abrace o precipício e valse a valse seu ofício de soar em vão. Canção desnecessária, quase sempre acessa seu fundo oceano. Se você perde o senso, nasce na memória subtussa. Esquece o tempo e valse um sentimento. Por dentro avança, esquece o som. Extemporânea, imaginária, etérea. E como amor, até quem sabe o grande amor, amor que vem da valsa, mas que só se confessa quando a valsa cessa. A sorte está lançada, a valsa está cansada, logo vai cessar. Nos próximos compassos vai sumir no espaço, vai se dissipar. Enlace o universo e valse a valsa imensa que te fiz sonhando. Por mais que não pareça, nessa valsa avessa, por
Hello, welcome to our lecture recital entitled Unnecessary Suite, a collaborative performance for voice and guitar based on the song Canção Desnecessária by Ginga. This work consists on the creation of a performance for voice and guitar based on the song Canção Desnecessária, a necessary song written in 2003 by Brazilian guitarist, songwriter Ginga and lyricist Mauro Aguiar. This artistic research intends to create and expand on the images presented on the lyrics of the song by analyzing and identifying its textures, harmonic and melodic elements. Also, the authors conducted systematic improvisations based on such elements, aiming to create music that is motivated by the song and illustrates it musically. A collection of 7 short movements on a necessary suite emerges, in which the guitar and voice collaborate based on the poetry and the guitaristic sounds of Ginga and other voice explorations. So let's start talking about the motivation of the work. This is a song that we performed many times, and by we I mean myself, Guilherme Vincent, and my wife, who is a singer who sings both lyrical singing and popular jazz singing. And we played this piece many times and thought, why not try to expand on the beautiful poetry of the piece and create some images that we could improvise on and that we could elaborate short movements and create a bit of a longer performance, because the piece itself, the song itself, is about 4 minutes long, but with the whole suite it goes up to 10, 11, 12 minutes depending on the improvisations. So this is our motivation. We love this song. It's beautiful poetry, beautiful music, and it motivates us to write this performance. So first let's talk briefly about Ginga. Ginga is one of the most important composers in Brazil currently. He's had a career over the past 50 years, but he's been having more recognition over the last 25 years or so. He has a very unique style that is centered on the guitar, which he understands and plays like a few. You're going to see that he's very ingenious, and the sounds that he creates are very personal and very fresh. It's not like something you hear often. So let's talk briefly about Ginga's guitar harmonies and his ingenuity in using, in a lot of his songs, the open strings, and he chooses the right keys to create arpeggios and creates chords that are very unique in a way. Just the opening of the introduction of this song, you hear this chord that he has, an arpeggiation like this. He goes. So this chord is a G minor major 7 chord, and what he does is G sharp minor major 7 chord. So he has the G sharp on the bass, the 5th here, the 9th, the G natural becomes the major 7 of the chord, and you also have the B here, which is the minor. When he goes to this chord, which is a Lydian chord, and then he moves up to G. So this is the kind of sounds that's very unique to Ginga, and that shows a lot of his ingenuity in using unusual keys for the guitar, G sharp minor, but with the open strings it creates this full harmonies, and often the melodies come out of these chords that he creates. Okay, this is just one quick demonstration of the kind of harmonies that Ginga does. The song has beautiful lyrics by Mauro Aguiar. Unnecessary song. It's a waltz about love and about life, and he plays with words and creates places or images. And I did like a translation. It's not easy to translate from the Portuguese, but I did my best here, and I'm gonna read my translation of the lyrics to you now. So, unnecessary song. Link to my silence and waltz the backwards waltz that I wept for you. It's waltz contrary in itself, only fake stepping, one feels the ground. The illusory music nearly passes through you without your notice, and so much antimatter unintentionally possesses your heart. Forget time then, and waltz a feeling. From within, the waltz forgets the sound, extemporaneous, imaginary, ethereal as love. Maybe even the great love, love that comes from the waltz, but which only confesses itself when the waltz ceases. Love. Embrace the precipice and waltz the waltz immersed in insane silence. Its involuntary waltz, tame its role of sound in vain. Unnecessary song nearly always accesses its ocean deep. If you lose your senses in memory, a sudden ballroom is born. The dice are rolling, the waltz is tired, it will soon cease. In the next notes will disappear in space, will dissipate. Link to the universe and waltz the immense waltz that I dreamed for you. As much as it seems otherwise, in this backwards waltz pulses our heart. So this is the poetry, and as you can see, there's several images that he creates, and we chose some to create music that would express those images. That's basically the idea of this project. So our methods for the project are harmonic and melodic analysis, which is quite objective, selection of more meaningful words or phrases in the song, which is more subjective, improvisation with harmonic and melodic materials of the words to illustrate them musically. Then we had each of these rehearsals recorded. And this is a collaboration between guitar and voice. So there are two kinds of collaborations happening. One is collective on the rehearsals, and two in separation. With the facility of video recording today, we did quite a bit of exchanging videos. So I would record an idea and send to Renata and say, improvise over this and try to create something over this, or the other way around. Then we selected from these recordings of the rehearsals musical ideas that could build some sort of structure. And after this selection, one possible structure emerges with some written out ideas that are almost like compositions, and others are just like ideas to be improvised. Once we find one structure, we rehearse that structure and record it. And the thing is that this work is never finished, because we could either choose more words to try to illustrate musically, or we could do more improvisations on the words we already chose. Okay, so let's talk about each of the movements, and I'm going to summarize what we thought about each of the short movements. We started with the last words of the song, which is pulsa coração, pulses a heart. And it's basically based on this first chord, but I voiced it and used a harmonic to get the B that's missing here. I get it from this harmonic on the E string, and sometimes other harmonics pop out here, but it doesn't matter. It's just a background for the voice improvisation that Renata does, which is based on the harmonic minor scale. It's low, and then I did this movement in thirds from the opening structure here, which is then back to this is the note I want actually. And see, so it's a structure based on these. This is the background, the guitar is on the background here, and the voice does some improvisations. The next image we chose is the Fundo Oceano, Ocean Deep, which is basically an arpeggiation with long notes on the vocal line, which is this. Adding more movement, trying to evocate a sound of the, ocean deep, and the vocal line is based on the notes that are sung when the words in the music say the Fundo Oceano, and here with long notes on the vocals. The next one we chose is the backwards waltz, the Valsa Avessa, which is based on these two chords here, the Lydian chord, E major Lydian, and then the other one is the E sharp, so it's E, Lydian major, and then E sharp half diminished. And what happens is that the melody does. This is the words for Valsa Avessa on the song. But since we're trying to express, even if it's just conceptually a backwards waltz, I decided to do the retrograde of this motif. So instead of being Valsa Avessa like this, I just did the retrograde of the motif. And that's what Renata uses to do some phrases commenting on the backwards waltz. Another thing I tried is just to shift the conventional rhythm of the waltz, which is 1, 1, 2, 3. This would be a waltz in this chord, right? What I did is the opposite, creating kind of like an anti-waltz, which is instead of doing 1, 2, 3, it's like I'm doing 2, 3, 1. And trying to create this non-waltz feeling, just to express the backwards waltz. Okay, and the next one is Etérea como Amor, which is ethereal as love. It's based on this chord. There's a beautiful sequence that Ginga does, where he does this. This tricky chord here where it has the pinky doing this fourth here on the top, and we also, in our interpretation of the song, we hold this. This is a B7 9 13 with the bass on D sharp. So I created this little melody. It's like this chord is now suspended. And then Renata does improvisations and commentary on this little line here. And this one that shifts, it changes a lot from every time we performed it, every time we try to record or perform this. Okay, the next one is Vai Cessar, or Will Cease, it's again coming from a different, from another connection that Ginga does. He does this line. This is what he does in the music. I froze this chord. And created this kind of like circusy arpeggiation of the chord. It's like this little circusy waltz, and Renato does some commentary with the melodic lines of the words "will cease" in the song, but emulating the sound of a trumpet. So it's a bit circusy, a bit maybe gypsy, I don't know. But and then it's abruptly stops as it goes. I do something like that just to create this idea that it will stop and then it stops. Okay, the next one is the most composed one that we have, and it's the immense waltz. And it's based a lot on this, just exactly this duality of the two chords. One is the minor, this one, and the other one is this one, which to me, it's a lot of it kind of summarizes the feel for this piece, for the song, the unnecessary song. So I created something that starts at the opposite, actually. It starts on this chord and then goes back to this one. I created this motion that is like contrary to this is what he does. So I did. Here's where I go into the whole tone scale moment. Then it goes back. So it's kind of like a waltz within the waltz. And I needed to include a lot of this whole tone scale harmony, and I needed to include this whole tone moment because he finishes the song in this chord, which I add this line, almost taking you into a dream, to start the unnecessary suite. And to end, I did this movement, this. Exactly to show this modal characteristic here that he goes from G sharp minor to G major here, which is really beautiful. And then to finish, we have the silence, which is based on the Lydian scale and this motive of the silence, which is silencio, silencio. And I keep using the motive all over the fretboard. Okay, I use transitions and direct quotations from the piece, and we think that it's not a finished work, and it's something that we probably will elaborate more. But we enjoyed doing it, and I think it turned out to be some beautiful musical moments added to this wonderful song by Ginga, which is the unnecessary song, Canção Desnecessária. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Guilherme, for that wonderful presentation, and also to Renata Venucci as well. So I just want to say to the people watching live that if you have comments or questions, you can just put them in YouTube or Facebook chat. When I was listening to your presentation, you said this just at a moment in the middle about how the project sort of go on into infinity. You would just pick more words from the song. And I was actually sort of curious if you had picked any ones for future improvisations.
Yes, there's one particular one that I wanted to do that's about the precipice, and there's a point where I say embrace the precipice. So I wanted to do something about the precipice. That's probably my next word if we get into that.
Yeah, that would be lovely. I'm afraid I'm not seeing many questions here at the moment. Oh, Thatcher, do you have a question?
Yes. Thank you so much for your beautiful performance and presentation. I was wondering, is Ginga aware of your work? Has he heard the piece yet?
Not yet, no. We're planning to send it to him, but he hasn't heard it yet, no. We are not close to Ginga, but we know him, so our plan is to get further into this project and maybe develop more words and try to get his attention to it and see what he thinks about it. The lyricist Mauro Aguiar is he heard some bits and he said he was impressed with our work, with our interpretation of the piece.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to Guilherme and Renata for that wonderful.
Yeah, Renata is here. She just saying
hi.
hi to everyone.
Oh, wonderful. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the whole work with the conference too. You're doing an excellent job.
Thank you. So we're going to take a small break now, and we're going to be coming back into Sursa Hall live. Augustin Castilla-Avia is going to be presenting with a piece and a lecture. And we're also having our keynote by Kirill Makan at 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. Thank you.